hear me. People saying loud and clear, so apparently there are some dropped frames going on. I don't know what's going on with that. Hopefully nothing's trying to update in the background. That would be very irritating. Nonetheless, okay, we will continue. I'm just going to quickly check if there's anything I can do for the bit rate. I mean, I don't think so. There's nothing else using the Wi-Fi. Everything else is shut down, so the bit rate's climbing now. Okay, it can go away. YouTube is telling me that the bit rate is low. I don't know why that is, but it seems to be jumping all over the place. As I said, I can't think there's anything wrong with the internet here, because as I said, everything is shut down. There shouldn't be anything using the internet. That's what my only concern is, that at the moment the laptop is going quite intensively. So I'm wondering if perhaps the if it's trying to update something via the internet, and that might be causing it. People saying the audio is okay, some freezes in the video. Okay, right, let me just open Task Manager. Okay, so it's just XSplit, Notepad and Firefox. Something's using a lot of Wi-Fi though, at a lot higher bit rate than this is asking for, so okay, so XSplit's the thing that's eating the GPU. Oh, right. That might help. Yeah, magically, all of a sudden, the computer's gotten a lot quieter. Right. And look at that, the bit rate just climbed. Okay, right. It's yeah, no, it's a known Windows issue. Windows Wi-Fi drivers. So hopefully that should solve it. Anyway, welcome. So those of you asking, no, my jumper is not covered in bits of tissue. It's stitched this way with little bits of white wool and everything. Now, as most of you will hopefully be aware, we will be looking at the questions, the Patreon questions, alternate history for last month, so that's February, and that means we will actually be up to date and in schedule, which is just as well. So we'll go through those first, and then we will pick up questions from chat afterwards. Nick Trains 22, I know exactly what you mean, transcribing 16th century document. There's a, well, okay, it's early 1700s, but there's an early 1700s volume there the size of a phone book in 1640s French about how to attack and defend star forts. I'm still working my way through it. Yeah, your mind will start dribbling out of your ears, but at least the French, unlike the 19th century Germans, didn't use a Gothic font, so that makes it somewhat more legible. Random Stuff 2023 saying, will I do more Norwegian ships? Yes, at some point. Right, so let's get on with these questions, shall we? October Nid asking, more than once the topic of other Washington cherry trees and their possible futures has come up, but what happens to Hood if there are singulars of the original flavour Sodak, Amagi, Kaga, or Lexington floating around? Is Hood run quite as hard? Is she run even harder to show off? Or does she go into refit sooner? I think it depends quite a lot on which one is running around. We have, I mean, if you've got Kaga, which is a Tosa class battleship, or original flavor Sodak, they are the more capable in terms of firepower and protection compared to the Amagis and Lexingtons. Okay, Kaga and Amagi would have the same amount of guns, but Kaga would have more armor, but they would be slower by varying degrees. Now, if they're slower by varying degrees, they would be kind of the centerpieces of their navies, but Hood being faster, the Royal Navy would probably, I mean, they wouldn't entirely think of her as completely superior because, you know, especially with the Sodak's 12, 16-inch guns, there's nothing to sniff at. But I think the Royal Navy would be less concerned compared to if there was an Amagi or a Lexington floating around, you know, 16-inch armed in the case of Amagi with more guns than Hood and equal or better speed. At which point, yeah, I think if the Washington Territory battleships were around as a singular each to sort of compensate for Hood, the Royal Navy would probably be not as concerned, but she might get a more extensive refit in the mid-30s. If there's an Amagi or a Lexington running around, the Royal Navy is going to be much, much more concerned. At which point Hood would probably be first on the list for a full modernisation, because she'd be the only ship that the Royal Navy had prior to, you know, laying down the King George V that would be considered coming close to matching them, and she's a generation behind the Amagi and Lexingtons, technologically speaking. So the Royal Navy would be running her quite hard to get her to, you know, keep up with them appearances wise, and then she'd be straight into dock for refit. People noticing the Thunderchild crests. Yes, they are really, really nice. A subscriber actually sent them to me, so if well, I don't know if he wants additional business there, maybe he can let me know, and then I can share that information, because I don't want to randomly dox people if they don't want me to. But anyway. Sam Signorelli asks, you have Kamchatka, you have William D. Porter, but what would be the Kamchatka or Porter of other navies through history? Could there even be more than one per navy, i.e. boneheaded or error-prone ships? Well, in terms of error-prone, you do have HMS Warspite's apparent antipathy towards anything that's not her. She does ram a lot of stuff, most of which they weren't intending to during her career. That's not quite the same level of misfortune as a Porter or Kamchatka, though, to be fair. I mean, one or two of the German World War II light cruisers had some pretty bad reputations for constantly breaking or being hit by things, or hitting things. But to be fair, given how lightly built they were, I'm not necessarily sure that's a particular bad run of luck, or just, you know, their shortcomings coming to the fore. What else have we got? I mean, in the Age of Sail, there are lots of ships that have reputations as being unlucky ships on all sides. So it's difficult to immediately just pick one out of all of those. It's only really once you get to the Ironclad era and the numbers start coming down, and the, you know, the utilization of them in combat starts coming down a little bit, that you start to get real standouts in that regard, if you like. But to be honest, to get something like a Kamchatka or a Porter, you do actually have to be straight up involved in a war, and there aren't that many long wars in the Ironclad era, Ironclad and beyond era, that really get a chance to show things up quite that badly. I mean, Berwick has a reputation for bad luck in the Royal Navy. That's the County class cruiser in World War II, but not kind of actively visiting her misfortune on other people. So, I mean, that's an interesting one, actually. Looking, maybe that would be something I can look at for a fun Friday or something in the future. You know, really unfortunate ships through history. Nick Train's pointing out Santissima Trinidad. Yeah, I mean, Santissima Trinidad's possible. Again, the problem, I think the thing that distinguishes Porter and Kamchatka from a lot of other ships is that with a lot of other ships you can point out to the potential cases of them being very unlucky or spectacularly lucky to get out of situations they've got themselves into. But most of the time when you get unlucky ships, bad things happen to that ship or that ship's crew. Porter and Kamchatka tend to distinguish themselves because they make bad things happen to other people. And, you know, other people they're not supposed to make bad things happen to, like, you know, their friends. So that, yeah, it's an extra angle that you have to consider that is somewhat more difficult to pick out. Torino asks, let's have a look. Okay, so this is on 7th of December 1941, so prior to the main attack on Pearl Harbor. If USS Ward reported sinking a Japanese midget sub, in this scenario, the report is taken more seriously and efforts are immediately begun to defend Pearl Harbor from submarine attack, most importantly not knowing of the incoming air attack. What sort of efforts would have been involved, and would they help or hinder efforts to defend from the air attack that would occur a little over an hour later? Would this cause things to go better or worse than in real life? Possibly marginally better, but it would cause some other things to be worse. So from the worst side of things, if they're worried about submarine attack, then you're going to be looking at whatever small craft submarine escorts are, or anti-submarine capable vessels are in harbour, are going to be sent out to screen against more. I don't think there's enough time between Ward reporting the sinking and the necessary processing time and the air attack arriving for people to realistically get torpedo nets up along Battleship Row, which obviously would help with the aerial torpedoes. But I don't think it's realistic that that would be done fast enough. Or it might be in the process of being done, though, if they've got some to hand. So the reason that they're sending out the ASW capable ships is a negative, because it means obviously there's less ships in harbour, less ships capable of firing guns at Japanese aircraft, less ships that can help in immediate damage control efforts, less ships that can help rescue survivors, etc., etc. Apart from anything, less targets, which helps the Japanese concentrate their attacks. But what it would do is that if they do think there's a possibility of submarines infiltrating, then the ships would be all put on into general quarters, so they'd all be closed down, all the bulkhead doors, etc. will be shut. Now that's not going to necessarily help completely. As we know, there are a lot of post completion extra penetrations for cable ducts and everything, perished seals and all that sort of thing, which meant that there was progressive flooding to a lot of the ships on Battleship Row even once they had been fully closed up. But it would still at least delay some of what eventually occurred. So the damage to the battleships and the loss of life might not be quite as bad. So I think you'd be trading things off a little bit, but you might have a fractionally slightly better outcome. But yeah, not a huge amount better. Andre Decol, I think, asks, how realistic / historically accurate were tactics depicted in the movie Greyhound? Now, bearing in mind, I know some of you will probably be throwing tomatoes at the screen. I still haven't had a chance to see Greyhound. I've been incredibly busy the last few months. It is on my list of things to do when I get a chance to settle down and relax, but that's taken a while, and probably will be a while before I can do that in full. Nonetheless, there is, right, okay, so he does, within this fairly long question, Andre does actually list a number of specific things that he'd like me to respond to, so I'll try and do those. So discussion about tactics. Okay, right, so how about the way Greyhound coordinates with other escorts? Okay, let's look at that. A destroyer heading to a sonar contact, the contact goes left. The destroyer, instead of following it, goes right and circles around. Was sonar so limited that upon closing to the target and almost being on top of it, the contact was lost? Yes, that is definitely, that would be a very accurate depiction of things. ASDIC, as it was known in the Royal Navy, sonar in the US Navy, at that point was basically an ahead only thing. Once you got right on top of your contact, you would lose it. So yes, if they are following a contact, the contact goes left, they're almost on top of it, and instead of turning left and basically overrunning the contact, the destroyer does a 270 degrees to starboard and comes back round to follow it again. That is actually that's actually quite a realistic portrayal of tactics, assuming that at the time that they are looking at possibly losing the contact, the destroyer can't get an exact fix on where they're going to, when that sub that's changing course is going to end up heading. Because if they knew exactly where it was heading, they would just alter course slightly to port and drop depth charges and hope for the best. But if it's in the middle of turning, they don't know when that sub's going to straighten its rudder up, then yeah, they kind of double back on themselves to get the contact again. But firing depth charges was then a matter of guesswork, experience and luck to a degree. I mean, the ASDIC would give you some indication of a depth, depending on the expertise of the operator, the exact make and model, etc. So you could set the depth charges, because the thing is, you knew the depth charges would fall at a certain rate, and you could set the fuses to particular depths. So if you thought you knew how fast the contact was moving and at what depth, then you could, by knowing your own course and speed as well, work out roughly how far ahead of your contact you would have to drop the charges to get them to hit. The problem, of course, being that when you do that, you will have been out of contact for a little while, because, as I said, you've run over the contact already. At which point it's actually kind of like a slightly slow motion version of the fire control computer calculations you need to hit somebody with a shell at long distance, only you're basically running it with, if you imagine, I guess the equivalent would be everyone covers their eyes and doesn't look at any rangefinders, etc. for 10-15 seconds before you actually fire the guns. That's kind of the extra level of imprecision that's brought into the equation. He says, I vaguely remember some other war movies portray much more consistent sonar contact, or were they illustrating very late war tech? It depends what kind of attack they're prosecuting. If they're portraying an attack where another ship's coming in based on their contact, then they'd hold the contact. If they're portraying a ship that has hedgehog, or even port or starboard mounted K guns or Y guns, then they might have a much more persistent contact, because I mean, hedgehog, you can maintain the contact the whole time and fire the hedgehog launchers, and with a K gun or a Y gun positioned to your port or starboard side, you could in theory keep contact, and then slew the ship hard to port or hard to starboard, assuming you had the agility, and fire your depth charges, which would be a slightly smaller gap between loss of contact and depth charges in the water than it would be of actually just going over and dropping things off of the rails. Were submarines keeping periscopes up for such a long time while being shot at that shot at by every gun the escorts could train on it? It depends what the submarine had been in the process of doing. Obviously you can drop the periscope, but dropping the periscope if your sub isn't actually prepared to dive away is, it's a bit of a catch-22 situation, because the minute you drop the periscope you become harder to find. This is true, but if your sub isn't prepared to dive to a deeper depth, and bear in mind it does take a little while to prepare a submarine, especially in those days, to head straight down, the longer you keep your periscope down for whilst you're at the surface, the closer the enemy could be getting, and you wouldn't know about it. So, you know, I mean, yes, once the shells start falling, you probably want to get the periscope down as quickly as possible, but it is in your interest to keep the periscope up for as long as you can until it becomes untenable. And if they've spotted you already, you know, being slightly more spotted probably isn't going to help or hinder that much. But it's very much on a situation by situation basis. You know, if you've got the enemy anti-sub escort you're looking at its stern, then you probably actually do want to drop your periscope, because it'll take a while for that escort to come around, and the longer the time you've got between it knowing where you are and coming around with its sonar, the better. Whereas if the destroyer's coming straight for you, well, you might as well keep your periscope up until basically the moment the sub starts dropping like a stone, because you need every bit of tactical information to make your decision on what's going to happen when you get down to depth. Were submarine launch decoys guzzling with air bubbles and rotating? Did they exist with World War II tech and use operationally? Yes. Submarine launched noisemaker decoys, the Germans mainly using them. They basically create sound, and if their effect has a decoy by generating a bunch of air bubbles. So yes, that would, from the description, that would sound like a realistic depiction of mid to late war German noisemaker decoys. Were some submarines making such mad dashes on the surface so close to the escorts they'd have a higher chance of being smothered in gunfire than pressing home any meaningful attack? Only as a tactic of desperation, if for some reason you can't dive, or you can't dive quickly enough. Was radar equipment so unreliable, like the frequent fogging depicted, maybe also weather related? Depends on the set and how it had been installed. A well-maintained mid to late war radar set on an escort should not be fogging up in the North Atlantic, but if the crew aren't particularly experienced in its operation or maintenance, or there's something slightly wrong with it, then you might get an effect like that. So, you know, it's not impossible, but on a well-maintained, well-drilled ship it shouldn't happen most of the time. And was it likely that a periscope was spotted 1,000 yards away in the by no means calm seas of the Atlantic, and as depicted in the movie? Well, again, I don't know how it was depicted in the movie, but I mean, spotting a periscope at 1,000 yards away isn't very likely in and of itself. Spotting the feathering of the periscope, that could very much be possible. Not so much in that you're looking at it going, aha, that is a periscope feather, we should do something about it. It will be more the case that, yes, the seas in the Atlantic aren't particularly calm, but that means that the foaming crests of waves are transient. They're here one moment, they're gone the next, they're moving on all the time. Whereas if there is a fixed object sticking up above the water, the feathering, or, you know, the white foam that's created by it moving through the water, that is going to be a constant. And human eyes are very good at pattern recognition, so if your pattern generally is, the white streaks on the surface of the water are constantly moving, you're probably fairly quickly, if you're looking out for it, going to pick up, this one doesn't seem to be moving all that much, it's fairly constant. Why is that? Let me point my binoculars towards it. Oh right, there's a periscope. And was ship-to-ship short-range voice comms so easily intercepted by the Germans and them speaking taunts to the convoy? Generally not. Most radios, not all, but most radios at the time, especially short-range radios, would be a single fixed frequency. So there'd be no reason for those to overlap. I mean, in theory, it could be done if both sides happen to have radio technology that had adjustable frequencies and other settings, but I can't see why you'd want to be honest. And as for a destroyer, what was depth charge full pattern, and why waste depth charges early in a long voyage only to barely have some ammo left later on? Depth charge full pattern basically just means chucking off as many depth charges as you possibly can. But you agree, I mean, again, it comes down to the crew. If it's early on in a voyage, no, you might not want to expend all your depth charges going after one target. If it's an inexperienced crew or they get a bit carried away, they might well do that. You know, both sides of that equation did happen realistically. But no, a full pattern of depth charges, basically there's fixed patterns, so that could be three, let's say 3 or 4 depth charges coming off of a rail. If you were fairly convinced that you had the submarine dead to rights, you chuck your 3, 4, however many depth charges off the rail, possibly off of both rails, and see what happens. Whereas if you're very uncertain, but you think it might be there, but it's not necessarily worth it, or if you're trying to spook a sub into doing something, then you might drop 1 or 2 to conserve ammunition. Gregory Wright pointing out TBS had 2 to 4 channels. Yes. Yeah, I'm just remembering the TBS, that's the US version of voice radio. Many thanks, David Cameron. Yeah, so the point I'm making about a lot of the World War II radio sets is that it's not the kind of, like, even if you get them on walkie-talkie, don't just dial up and down through the frequencies. A lot of them are crystal radio sets, so even if you have multiple channels like you had in naval aircraft, or land-based aircraft for that matter, you might have multiple channels, but each of those is going to be a fixed channel. So it's not going to be a case of, yes, well, you know, we have every increment in, let's say, the FM frequency band going up in 0.1 stages, which you can do with a modern variable frequency radio. It will be a case where we have 2 channels, 4 channels, and the likelihood of the Kriegsmarine voice radio and your voice radio occupying exactly the same frequency band is exceptionally small. And if they don't, then you aren't going to be talking to each other. Gabriel A. Hawkins, Japan's conversion of Issei, Hyuga, Shinano and Mogami is one of the most perplexing decisions of World War II. That Japan's problems was a dearth of experienced pilots rather than an absence of flight decks is one of the many aspects of the decision that confounds me. What could have Japan built with the resources it expended with the conversions, and how would it have changed Leyte Gulf had an unconverted Shinano and a few extra destroyers sailed with Kurita, and an unconverted Issei, Hyuga and Mogami sailed with Nishimura? Assume they're able to coordinate their attacks, and whatever could have been procured by not doing the conversions also added to the attack. Well, I mean, Japan was suffering just human resource problems generally. So, I mean, having a few extra destroyers and Shinano with Kurita, so you've got 3 Yamato class. I mean, see, the thing is, I can see an argument for that making things either better or worse for the Japanese. You could actually consider it would make it worse, because if the Americans see Yamato, Musashi and Shinano and all their friends coming with Kurita, and they manage to take out Shinano, if they manage to take out Musashi, the chances of Halsey ignoring 2 massive battleships and friends are somewhat less than him ignoring 1. And of course, if you've got Shinano and some extra destroyers, then the anti-aircraft resistance might have been slightly higher, which might mean that either maybe Musashi isn't killed, or if she is, it takes even longer and more resources, all of which starts to mitigate towards something like Task Force 34 being left just in case, which is obviously bad for Kurita. On the flip side, if we assume that Halsey goes chasing after Ozawa anyway, well, again, extra destroyers, another battleship, especially something the size of Shinano, Taffy 3 will probably last a little bit less. Kurita might be feeling a bit bolder, and he might continue to press on south and hunt down the Taffy 3 and the transports. But then again, whilst that's more of an immediate benefit for the Japanese in that their initial attack allows them to go further, it might also mitigate against them, because it would give Admiral Lee longer to get there to try and cut them off. So, you know, weirdly enough, having slightly more ships in Kurita's fleet probably ends up overall worse for him. Now, sailing with Nishimura, see I mean, in theory, given the relative lack of armor-piercing shells that were left over to the Seventh Fleet once the historical Surigao Strait had ended, having 2 additional large battleship targets to go after might make things a bit more interesting. But then on the other hand, a bunch of Seventh Fleet wasn't able to open fire because they couldn't get the correct radar locks. So I guess at that point, even if Fuso and Yamashiro get hammered the way they do historically, and then Issei and Hyuga burst out from behind that and make a death charge, you've still got 6 battleships that can shoot at you, and 3 of them are fresh. So again, it doesn't really change much other than upping the Japanese casualty count in, as far as I can tell, most realistic scenarios. TXK234, what do you speculate that BT would do differently, if anything at all, if HMS Engadine's transmissions had gone through, letting him know where the scouting force was, presumably the first scouting group? I mean, BT... The problem is BT doesn't have a problem of not enough information most of the time. What BT has a problem with is passing on that information to the other people who need it, even within his own command, let alone Jellicoe. So, I mean, if he has an extra source of information telling him where first scouting group is, I can't see him doing all that much more with it, to be perfectly honest. Because, as I said, he already had a lot of information that could have affected the course of the battle, and he didn't pass it on to the people that needed it passed on to. Or if he did at all, it wasn't in good time or clear. If Engadine's transmissions had gotten through to the Grand Fleet, and Jellicoe had been able to work off of them, that might be a slightly different matter. You might have had the Grand Fleets actually in a full straight line instead of a slightly dogleg line, which probably would have ended worse for the High Seas Fleet. But yeah, just sending Engadine's additional information, or her plane's additional information to BT, I don't think it's going to change all that much. Brunon asks, were Enigma decrypts used in the gunboat battles in the Channel, or was the continued failure of the Kriegsmarine to realise you couldn't transmit at anything less than full plus of 10% power enough warning for the speeds and distances involved? So when it comes to E-boats or S-boats versus the MTBs and MGBs in the Channel, for one thing, when you're talking about small fast attack craft like that, they're not really going to be sitting there with a dedicated communications officer with a full Enigma machine hammering out reports every 5 minutes. So unlike on, say, a U-boat, where that kind of communication can be utilized over the course of several days, these actions are going on, from leaving port to re-entering port is overnight usually. But with that said, intelligence about that enemy S-boats might be operating in a certain area or would be deployed from a certain port on a certain date, those kinds of things Enigma decrypts were used for. So you could position MTBs and MGBs in various flotillas in what you reckoned was going to be the operational area for the German S-boats, and then hopefully they'd run into each other or later on detect one another, or one side would detect the other, and then that would lead to a battle. But it was very much a case of using the intercepts to allow you to sortie your boats when you needed to and put them in a position where they might encounter the enemy, rather than a definitive, enemy will be at exactly these coordinates at exactly this time, or is heading at this particular direction, the way that you could get from U-boat or surface ship intercepts. Thank you, Bob Fry, for the Iron Brew Replenishment Fund. We are working our way through the Patreon questions at the moment. Yeah, and people pointing out in the chat, the Allies were also very careful about not giving away the fact they could decrypt information. And the thing is, in the dark, in the channel, when both sides have several dozen to several hundred fast attack craft operating most of the time. Not all at once, obviously, but operational in various ports. The idea that, you know, S-boats might sortie to attack a convoy that's passing through the area at night, that's not exactly rocket science to work out. The fact that they are actually sorting on this particular night into this particular area, that's the part the intercept allows you to deal with. But for the most part, an S-boat flotilla then taking a course into that area and possibly, not necessarily always, running into some MTBs or MGBs that are waiting for them, that's not going to be, you know, people's first thought isn't going to be, aha, they must have known we were coming by some kind of nefarious intelligence assets. It would have been, it's a fairly logical thing for them to expect us to do, so bad luck for us. And the fact is that even if you know they're going to sortie, it's still nighttime from a bunch of effectively small, heavily armed power boats. So both sides would miss each other quite a bit as well. Randwick 78. Okay, that's a long one. So there's a couple of long ones here, which I will leave for the end of the alternate history question section. But I will come back to it. Christopher Goebel, assuming that World War I starts, but Britain decides to stay neutral, however unlikely that may be, are you aware of any plans that German Naval Command had for such a scenario? And if not, what do you think they would have done? The Kaiser at least went toward thinking that Britain was going to stay neutral. So, I mean, part of the German Naval Command plans was for the threat of the High Seas Fleet to ensure that Britain remained neutral. It was part of their plans. I never said they were particularly good plans, but it was one of their plans. The fundamental problem that the High Seas Fleet has is that they exist basically as an attempt to deter the Royal Navy. If the Royal Navy doesn't come out to play, then it's technically mission accomplished for them. But they can't really do a huge amount else because, well, I mean, I suppose they could maybe sail down a little bit down the channel to shell some French ports and such. But the problem is, if by some miracle the British haven't got involved in World War I, sailing a large battle fleet of dreadnoughts down the channel, which means you are within gun range of the British coast as much as you are of the French coast, is one very easy way to force them to take a side. And you've also put yourself in a bottleneck where you've got to fight your way back past the Dover Straits, which if the Royal Navy decides you're not coming back past the Dover Straits, you're in trouble. Most French naval interests lay in the Mediterranean, and the High Seas Fleet can't really do much about that, unfortunately for them. So yeah, what they would have done, I mean, maybe they might have tried to send a few battle cruisers or round to the Mediterranean to reinforce Goeben. But, you know, it's kind of, they would really have to pretty much sit back in the North Sea and continue their deterrence effect. Packer 910, first order alternate history, working my way through the Drydocks. I recently discovered one of the early 50s range, that was early, like Drydock 50 or something. You seem to intimate that American torpedo explosive was more powerful than the formulation the Japanese were using. My question is, if the Japanese had come up with an explosive formulation equivalent to what the US was using, how would it have affected the war? Would you have seen, just copying that super chat. Now, yeah, if the Japanese had used an explosive formulation similar to what the US was using, how would it have affected the war? Would fewer ships have been salvageable after Pearl Harbor? Could Yorktown have been lost at Coral Sea? How many more Allied ships are on the bottom of Iron Bottom Sound? So this is basically Torpex. Once Torpex enters service as the standard torpedo explosive, which is what Torpex stands for, it is a more powerful explosive than the stuff that was being used formerly. As far as something like Pearl Harbor is concerned, or basically anything involving aerial torpedoes, it's not going to make a huge amount of difference, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, there would have been more ships lost, period. But in it, where the examples are, this ship was damaged, but the damage was brought under control and the ship was brought home, and they weren't, on the edge of ordering abandoned ship at any one point. It's going to push it closer to that, but probably not change things massively. Where it might change things would be some of the edge cases where it's kind of within a hair's breadth of the ship going down. So I remember, Pennsylvania, right at the end of the war, if that torpedo had had Torpex aboard, maybe the damage would have been enough to see it to the bottom. Of course, the aerial torpedoes, they carry a fair amount of explosive, but they are the smallest of the torpedoes that are deployed. And I don't think it's going to affect Pearl Harbor that much, mostly thanks to the fact that Pearl Harbor is fairly shallow. So, if you've sunk, you've sunk. And the amount of damage West Virginia took, by all rights, she was a write-off anyway, and they decided they were going to basically rebuild her regardless. Where it might have had more of an effect would be on sub-launched and surface-launched torpedo hits. The thing is, a lot of stuff that got hit by long lances didn't tend to survive. Stuff that got its bows blown off by long lances, okay, the bulkhead might have been further penetrated, caused a bit more flooding, but to be honest, most of the explosive effect that blew the bow off had already gone, it had punched all the way through the ship and kept going out the other side. North Carolina might be an interesting one. If it got hit by, 1,000 pounds plus of Torpex, maybe that damage would have actually penetrated through the torpedo defenses. That would have been an interesting scenario to see. So yeah, there'd be a few additional ships lost, but maybe not as many as you might think. Gregory Wright pointing out Torpex was only used later in 48, hence why I said once it comes into service. And to be honest, early 42, not many American torpedoes are hitting, period. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what conventional explosive you put in a Mark 14 in early 1942, because all you're going to be doing is reducing the fish population for the most part. Jeffrey Conley asks, the US Navy developed a new 14-inch gun for the North Carolina class, and it was considered the most powerful 14-inch developed from what I've read. However, it was not complete, and the North Carolinas eventually got the 16-inch. Yeah. So my question, had the gun continued into development and been mounted to a larger Alaska class with battleship grade torpedo protection and armour, how do you see this changing the ships of the class's careers, and would this allow them to survive longer than historically? Well, at that point, you're basically building North Carolina original flavour again, because one of the things that marks Alaska apart from battleships and battle cruisers is the lack of capital ship grade torpedo protection and armour. So if you up that to capital ship protection and armour, and then you keep her speed, you're basically making an Iowa speed version of the original North Carolina design. If you kind of meet halfway and go, okay, well, we're not going to make it quite the same size, so maybe you have twin 14s instead of quad 14s or something like that, then it might plausibly, well, at that point, if it's got 14-inch guns, modern 14-inch guns and battleship torpedo protection and armor, then it's a battle cruiser by any definition, if it maintains the Alaska's speed. Would this allow them to survive longer than historically? Probably not, because their capabilities, assuming that they're still smaller ships, their capabilities are still going to be somewhat less than the Iowas, at which point, and they're even closer in running costs, so you might as well just keep the Iowas in service. The only possible variable I can see at that point would be maybe if they did the quad 14-inch version, but were able to make it substantially smaller still than an Iowa, but you've got the protection and armour, torpedo protection and armour, then broadly speaking, if it's torpedo protection and armour and within shouting distance of an Iowa's, but it's small enough that it's got a significantly smaller crew and therefore slightly lower running costs, maybe 20-25% less, then maybe the fact it's got 12 big guns instead of 9, even though they're slightly smaller, might seem more attractive to the US Navy for shore bombardment, just because it brings more gun barrels to the party. So maybe they might live longer then. But that would be quite the edge case, I think. So for most possible permutations of what that design looks like, I don't think they would last much longer than they did historically. In fact, for most cases, they might actually last even less long in service because their operational costs would be higher. Paislitz asks, how would Bismarck's final battle change if the crew was able to fix the rudder just before King George V and Rodney showed up? I think I may have answered a question similar to this before, but not hugely, because the fact that she's lurching and doddering around makes her a bit more of a difficult target. Yes, it complicates her own gunnery solutions a bit, but it complicates everyone else's gunnery solutions as well. It does mean she's not able to get away, but if it's right before King George V and Rodney show up, she's not going to be able to get away anyway. At which point, yes, she'll have a slightly steadier job of gunnery because she's sailing in a straight line, but on the other hand, King George V and Rodney will have a slightly easier job of hitting her because she's going in a straight line. So I think it will probably all balance out. If you want to change things for Bismarck, you basically have to fix the rudder multiple hours before the final battle to give her a chance of actually heading roughly in the direction she wanted to be in the first place. Once she actually enters the fight, that's pretty much game over for her. Alternate historian Turtle Duck. After the Italian frogmen raid on Alexandria in 1941, if one of the Italian frogmen is able to get away and inform Italian high command of the success of their mission and of the crippling of the ships Queen Elizabeth and Valiant, what would the Axis military do with this information? Would they invade Malta? Would the Italian fleet sortie take the army, try and take Suez, or something else? Okay, well, just to start with, one of the frogmen escaping, that's not going to be able to tell the Italians anything more or less than what they knew anyway, because the frogmen had to plant the charges and then leave, and then they were, once they were captured, they were on board Queen Elizabeth and Valiant for some hours before the charges went off. If the frogman's just able to leave, then all he can tell the submarine that he gets back to is, yes, we were able to successfully plant the charges on at least one ship. Whether or not they detonated, how much damage they did, if they did any damage, or were the British able to sweep them off because they captured the other frogmen, all of these questions would pretty much remain open questions, and given the Allied efforts to disguise what happened to Queen Elizabeth and Valiant, realistically one of them getting away isn't actually going to change all that much about the Axis evaluation of the effects of the raid. If somehow, let's say, one of them went ashore, which a couple of them did, they saw the charges go off, they saw the ships were, sitting low in the water, and then somehow managed to get out that way, over land, by some escape route, the Italians may have been somewhat more bold in their fleet sorties and operations to getting convoys down to North Africa, but I don't think they would do much more than that. They don't have the time to plan and execute an invasion of Malta in the time it would take the Allies to get more ships into the area, and they know that. Going after Suez, whether or not Queen Elizabeth and Valiant are crippled, doesn't actually change the equation for that, because you'd be running a gauntlet of submarines, minefields and aircraft, plus destroyers and whatever other ships the Mediterranean fleet's able to bring to bear. and whether or not there's a couple of Queen Elizabeths backstopping it doesn't really change the rest of that. So I think the most likely thing, if they do know that Queen Elizabeth and Valiant are out of action for a while, is they would probably intensify recon efforts to spot when they're moved as humanly possible. Treasury. Bit rate's dropped again, that's odd. Let's see if that annoying process has come back. Yeah, Wi-Fi usage has spiked again. Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, we should be back. Yeah, we should be back again. Sorry, there's this dumb Windows process that is ironically called delivery optimization that keeps popping up and dragging huge amounts of the network in. So I've killed it again, and hopefully that will sort everything out. Yeah, the problem is because I'm doing it via I'm doing the whole thing via Wi-Fi from the library rather than a fixed connection. It obviously there's a much more limited throughput. But I don't know why it's cropped up on the laptop now of all times. I'm keeping Task Manager open just in case the blasted thing pops up again. Mobus Corinthians. No, it is a known bug. It's basically the same reason you turn off search optimization in Windows 10, because it's constantly trying to cache all your files in the background and it murders your hard drive and your CPU performance. But yeah, there's a similar thing with their internet, which at some point, that's it. On my computer downstairs, I've actually disabled the process. In this one, I haven't. Oh well. Anyway. Mike Lima 777. Suppose HM Treasury was given money equivalent to Bismarck's weight in gold and is convinced to spend this money on the British military during the 20s and 30s. How improved would they be? But let's have a look. Value. Value of gold in 1935. Right, gold was $35 an ounce in 1934. So what was the dollar to pound exchange rate in that time? It was about $4 to the pound, I think. $1935. Yeah, it was about. Actually, it was a little bit higher. 35. It was just under $5 to the pound. So, if it's $5 to the pound, and gold was $35 in 1934, then that's £7 per ounce. Right. Now let's do this. So Bismarck is about 42,000 tons standard displacement. So that's going to be a lot of ounces. In 42,000 tons in ounces. Great, it's a mathematical expression. 1.48151 to the power 9 times 10 to the power 9 ounces. Okay. Let's hope the calculator can do this. Okie dokie. So, apart from the fact it's going to crash the world's gold market, so it's not actually going to be worth anything close to this, assuming that for some bizarre reason everyone is still willing to pay about £7 an ounce for gold in 1935, despite the fact there is literally 42,000 tonnes of the stuff sitting in Portsmouth dockyard, that would be worth about £10.37 billion, or about $55 billion. Let me put it in context for you. That's enough to fund 25 atomic bomb projects, 25 Manhattan projects, and have a lot of loose change. UK defence spending. Defence budget in 1935. That's in percent GDP. That is not helpful. Okay. Let's try. Just trying to quickly find out what the defence budget was in 1935. Blah, 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 blah. Da, da. Yes, that's very well with percentages. That's all Russians, so who cares? Actually, you know what? Oh, hello, Matthias. Where's my copy of the Navy estimates for that time gone? 2 seconds. Ah. Here we go. Navy estimates. Okay, it's 1937, but whatever. I mean, I know it's slightly higher in 37, but we're talking about such a ridiculous amount, as you're about to see. It's not actually going to make huge difference. Right. Page 317. Okay, so the total estimated expenditure for the naval service, including amounts provided in civil and other estimates. So this is the actual naval service side of expenditure, is for 1936 was just over £81 million, with a estimated value of labour, material, contract works for shipbuilding, so the shipbuilding and maintenance repair side of things, of another 44 million. So you're looking about 120 to 125. I'll put that back later. 120 to 125 million pounds. So let's divide our previously calculated figure by... Okay, so again, assuming that the gold market actually stays somehow active at this point, and they manage to sell a Bismarck's weight in gold, you're talking about a sum equivalent to 83 times the total naval defence expenditure budget for a typical mid to late 1930s year. At which point, how improved would the British Armed Services be if they decided to spend this money on the Navy? I mean, you're introducing an amount of money that would probably massively devalue the pound, except I suppose for the fact the pound at this point is still fixed to the gold standard, of which we suddenly have an awful lot. But, you know, assuming that the massive economic implications of this aside, the Royal Navy could basically do whatever it wanted, because it's basically getting almost a century's worth of funding immediately. Which, yeah, that's just a spectacularly silly amount of money. You could literally gold plate the fleet and nobody is going to so much as blink an eye, apart from the increased displacement, which would be annoying. Yeah, that's... I mean, with that amount of money, assuming you got it early enough in the 1930s, you could reopen every single armour factory, gun foundry, shipyard, etc. in Britain. You could end unemployment overnight by just employing everybody in every shipyard and other naval infrastructure manufacturing facility known to mankind. And if you got everything moving quickly enough, I mean, you could pay people to be working like 4 or 5 shifts a day, 24/7, 365 days a year from like 1933 to 1939, and you wouldn't even have made a dent in this kind of budget. At which point, by the time you get to 1939, the war pretty much ends, because you can walk from Britain to Wilhelmshaven on a carpet of battleships. It's a fun question to work out, though. Tom asks, what if at Cape Matapan the British captured the Italian heavy cruiser Pola and successfully got it back to Alexandria? Are there many major events that would come from this? Well, flipping the financial question around, the Admiralty would be crying into its cornflakes, because they'd have to be paying out an awful lot of prize money. Thank you very much, William Potts. Yeah, you'd be paying out a huge amount of prize money to people, because I mean, the heavy cruiser is still worth several £million at that point, which in a period where a house is £500-600, maybe up to £1,000 in central London, and the prize rules basically, unless they've massively changed them by World War II, anyone who's directly involved or in sight at the time of the capture, so that's basically half of Cunningham's Mediterranean fleet, gets their hand stuck into the pot. But in all seriousness, you know, studying, if they captured Pola completely, well, as near enough as you can, but given that she's already been torpedoed, intact, they're going to get a bit of a treasure trove of being able to look at the latest Italian fire control systems, their guns, their communications equipment, their encryption methods and technology. The latter probably actually being quite important, considering it was a lot harder to break Italian naval codes than it was German. So there'd be a bit of an intelligence bonanza, but poor old Pola would probably end up being stripped bare like she'd been attacked by a set of vultures, because, you know, the Navy would be taking various bits of it off to work out what was going on, and anything that wasn't left bolted down, the sailors would probably take for souvenirs, and then everyone else would strip off what's left. So yeah, poor old Pola would probably end up being skeletonized in Alexandria, or possibly towed all the way round back up to Britain for further work. But I would estimate probably the single biggest impact on that would be the impact on Italian cryptography. I mean, the Italians are probably well, they are smart enough to realise they probably should change their codes sharpish, but having a much better underlying understanding of what the cryptography systems the Italians were using might give the British a bit of a heads up when it comes to cracking further codes. Elliot W. James, I've read in this, had the Spanish-American War continued after the Battle of Santiago de Cuba, the Americans planned to take the war to Spain and to take the Canary Islands as an advanced base to support the fleet in European wars. Was this practical, and how would it have worked? It'd be an interesting thing to watch them try. I mean, the actual, showing up with a fleet strong enough to deter any Spanish interference, that would be pretty easy. That by that point, the Spanish had one questionably pre-dreadnought battleship, the Pelayo, and a handful of armoured cruisers left. Colin Cameron says that mathematical billion or the monetary billion, that's the 3 zeros above 1 million that I was using. Anyway, so yeah, the US fleet is more than strong enough to show up and deter any Spanish interference from an attempt to take the Canaries. The bigger problem would be actually staging the invasion aspect, because the US doesn't have an amphibious assault fleet. Yes, they have loosely troop transports, ships that they happened to have stuck troops on, which they use for some portions of the Spanish-American War. But the US Army, getting the US Army in sufficient numbers onto sufficient ships, then taking them a good chunk of the way across the Atlantic to the Canary Islands, then enacting a landing, even without any significant opposition, and supplying everybody, etc., etc., over that distance. That's not something the US is set up to do, especially at the drop of a hat. So in the short term, I would say it'd actually be a fairly impractical thing in terms of full amphibious assault and occupation. Showing up and maybe forcing the Canary Islands to give in with a spot of shore bombardment, that might work. But then that's going to be an occupation rather than an invasion. It's like, I know, splitting hairs a bit. If the war had just arbitrarily continued for a number of years and the US had maybe, say, had over the winter to think about it, plan out, get ships in line, get some practice in, etc., etc., then at that point it would be a bit more plausible for an amphibious invasion to be anything other than a complete disaster. So it could have been done, but if they tried to just go, well, we're immediately heading east, yeah, I wouldn't have wanted to be in that attempted invasion. I mean, we see throughout history when people try this, both before and after the Spanish-American War, if you try it and you're not prepared for it at any kind of significant distance, you tend to end up killing more of your own men than enemy fire ever did. So, yeah, getting a few hundred or a few thousand men into the Caribbean on a battleship or two is one thing. Doing a full semi-transatlantic invasion is quite another. Jacob must point out, Pelayo is the best crewed and most fighting fit ship in the Spanish Navy. Yeah, the Americans have a lot more pre-dreadnoughts though. It's, one Pelayo against a US pre-dreadnought, fair. Pelayo against 4 or 5, not quite as fair. Wienwe asks, Helgoland stays British until the very beginning of the First World War. How does this affect the naval arms race before the war? What would the British have done with the islands before the war? And what happens to it during the war? Would it be possible for the British to hold on to an outpost 40 nautical miles away from the main base of the High Seas Fleet? Or on the other hand, would the High Seas Fleet be able to function with a British base on their doorstep? So, what would they have done with the islands before the war? They would have fortified them. There were fortifications there already. If they were smart, you'd base submarines and then later what would become coastal motorboats, i.e. the prototype fast attack, or the British version of the prototype fast attack torpedo boats. Basically all kinds of small torpedo carrying craft, maybe an aircraft or two as well, would be based on the islands. and in the immediate run-up to actual full conflict, or possibly given how quickly it was sprung on them immediately after, you just completely smother the area in mines. Because, yeah, when you're 40 nautical miles away from Wilhelmshaven, you are not going to win a prolonged gunnery duel with the High Seas Fleet. So you would want to put enough mines out there, which you could potentially do, to deter the Germans from coming near you, and then you'd be trying to either attack them as they come in and out with submarines and other small fast attack craft, or possibly trying to penetrate the defences of the harbour with submarines and small fast attack craft. But I mean, given that it's such an obvious thing to do, the Germans would probably take countermeasures themselves. You'd have a big problem supplying it unless you built up huge amounts of supplies beforehand, obviously. I think, to be honest, though, the single biggest effect that Helgoland would have at that point would be less about what it could or couldn't do directly to the High Seas Fleet, and more about what it could do just by reporting everything that's going on. You know, recon, using aircraft, airships, and even using subs and small craft, just keeping an eye on exactly when and where the High Seas Fleet or elements of it is going would be a massive, massive game changer. The High Seas Fleet would be doing its absolute level best to get rid of Helgoland, though, and I think it would basically come down to who acts first. Because Helgoland is close enough and small enough that if the Germans had built up significant plans before the war, which, let's face it, they probably would have, if they were able to, say, immediately try and launch a mass naval assault and landing operation, at that distance they probably could pull it off. Whereas if they don't do that, or they start it a week after the British have started laying every mine they have in the waters around Helgoland, then it's probably just going to be a really tense and uneasy standoff for a while until someone tries to figure out something clever that they can try. Swe420 Den asks, what would have happened had Typhoon Cobra been the same divine wind which sank the Mongol invasion fleet, and every ship in Task Force 38 is lost in the storm? The Japanese don't try to get involved in the Battle of the Philippine Sea, so they retain those ships and crews. How would the Pacific Naval War look going into 45? I mean, there would still be a major fleet battle in the offing at that stage, albeit by 1945 I'd question whether the Japanese had enough fuel available to fuel every ship in their fleet if they still had all the stuff that they had left over from that they took with them to Philippine Sea, plus everything else. But I think someone asked a similar question to the first part previously, and essentially, whilst losing every ship in Task Force 38 is going to hurt, and it's going to hurt badly, the US actually does have enough ships around, either in other areas of the Pacific or in the Atlantic, and or in dock and or under construction, to not necessarily immediately but fairly quickly reconstitute something similar to Task Force 38 and continue. Plus, at that point, they'd probably be pressing that, rather than Admiral King not wanting the British involved in the Pacific, they'd probably be pressing the British to get involved in the Pacific to round out any corners in the new formation. So, yeah, it would be an unprecedented military disaster, but it's probably not going to slow the US down too much. In fact, the thing that's probably going to slow them down the most will be figuring out what the heck just happened, more than, you know, reallocating ships to make up the losses, because by this stage in the war you don't need to maintain a huge amount of naval strength in the Atlantic, North Sea, etc., etc. 22NF2 asks, excuse me, what would you do if you get to pick a World War II admiral, give them all the knowledge they need, and task them with commanding a battle fleet of the Imperial Navy in the Warhammer 40k universe? Who would you choose and why? Okay. As hilarious as that question is, I genuinely would pick someone like Admiral Mikawa or Admiral Ozawa, because fanatical charging in, all guns blazing, while screaming battle cries in praise of the God Emperor, I mean, that's the Imperial Japanese Navy already. They'd fit in absolutely perfectly. You just need to introduce them to the third dimension of combat, and yeah, they're going to hit the ground running quite happily. Anyone else from any other navy is going to need a lot more adjustment, but the idea of a brutal discipline and, as I said, suicide charges up to melee range in the name of the God Emperor, that's Tuesday for the Japanese Navy. JT Daily Update. Say Warspite wasn't scrapped at the end of World War II and was reactivated for a future conflict in the early Cold War, we would have to have been really desperate to do that, to be perfectly fair. And you were the one in charge of creating the propaganda leaflets trying to convince the enemy to surrender, else face the might of Warspite. How would you do it, and what would these leaflets include? At that point, I'd just be pointing out the sheer impossibility of killing the ship. You know, the High Seas Fleet didn't kill her, the treaties didn't kill her, the Nazis didn't kill her. They gave it a good shot, but they didn't. You know, she's probably older than most people reading the leaflet at this point, and somehow, despite eating her for its sex, we've somehow still got her going again. Yeah, I think my propaganda efforts would basically revolve around the idea that you're facing a ship that seems to be physically impossible of actually dying. At which point I suspect a good chunk of anyone who's facing is going to just shy away from... Well, it's going to be a kind of a split. Most people are just going to shy away from this apparently divinely protected ship, and a small portion are going to redouble their efforts to be the one who finally sinks Warspite. Yeah. Synchro Short asks, I'd love to imagine mock up a propaganda leaflet like that. I don't know how I'd do it, but it'd be funny. It'd be fun to think about. So anyway, Synchro Score asks, suppose there is never a war between Denmark and Prussia, or there is, but Prussia loses, and therefore Prussia never acquires Schleswig-Holstein. Hence the Kiel Canal is never built. How does this change German naval policy, and what effect would it have had on German naval actions during the World Wars? Now that's actually a really good one. I mean, all the questions are interesting, but that's actually a really, really good one. If the Kiel Canal isn't built, that is a big impact on German naval policy, because they are obviously looking at keeping an eye on Russia, plus they have a bunch of Baltic ish ports that they need to utilize. And without the Kiel Canal, to get ships from the North Sea to the Baltic or vice versa means they have to go all the way around Denmark, which is A, longer, and B, puts them at a huge strategic risk because of the very narrow passages particularly between Denmark and Sweden. And, you know, the chances of people sitting at either in those passages or at the entrance to the North Sea with things like submarines is a huge concern at that stage. Now, if they're trying to... I'm just trying to think, because they've got... If we're talking about the run-up to World War I, and to be honest, even World War II, they've got to worry about the Russian Navy to varying extents, more so in World War I than the Soviet Navy in World War II. They're going to have to pick... They're either going to have to pick someone to keep a specific eye on and go after them, or they're more likely going to have to choose to base everything in Wilhelmshaven and have a standing Baltic squadron, but knowing that effectively their Baltic forces are there to hold the Russians off rather than partake in any particularly specific offensive actions against them. I mean, they might try and argue for more money for the Navy so that they can maintain a decent strength in the Baltic. But especially in World War One, I can potentially see them doing something like shuffling all of their older pre-dreadnoughts, all the not Deutschland class pre-dreadnoughts, all get kicked over to the Baltic and just told to stay there. And everything else, anything more modern than that, stays in the North Sea. So it would significantly reduce German tactical flexibility. So you wouldn't get things like Operation Albion, for instance. It would just be far too risky to dispatch a portion of the High Seas Fleet through a very narrow, very dangerous passage in the first place, and then have an extended time for them to get back if they were needed back all of a sudden. Okay, that's Okage's new title. Again, that's a long one, so there's two long ones to come back to, but we are just over 2/3 of the way through the Patreon questions. And how long have we been going so far? 122. We're not doing too badly for a Patreon set, I think. So let's get through some of these others. Dun, 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 dun. Andrew Waite asks, in 1936 the Royal Navy, believing the battleship has been supplanted by the aircraft carrier, cancels the order for the King George V and instead lays down 5 additional illustrious class aircraft carriers. They then fight World War II with no battleship more modern than the Nelson and Rodney, but the total number of the illustrious class under construction in 1939 goes from 4 to 9. What happens? Now that's a okay. Right. So I mean, well, there's obviously a lot of deterrence value in the King George V's in their service during the war. But if you want to sort of condense it down to 3 critical points, you have Prince of Wales obviously going in as part 4 said and getting sunk, and you have Duke of York versus Scharnhorst in the Arctic, and you have King George V helping out Rodney defeating Bismarck. I mean, you've also got Prince of Wales with Hood, I suppose, Denmark Strait. So, I mean, 4 said's an easy one. If Prince of Wales is a carrier instead of a battleship, I mean, Churchill's probably still going to want to send 2 capital ships. Where is he going to get them from, though? I mean, I suppose the thing is, at that point, one thing plays into another, because if Prince of Wales was a newly commissioned carrier instead of a newly commissioned battleship, well, it's basically almost in the same boat as Victorious was at that stage. Well, King George V is also because obviously at the time, sorry, the home fleet is King George V, Prince of Wales, Hood, and Victorious. So you have 2 fully in commission capital ships and 2 partially commissioned ones. If Hood is there, well, Hood wouldn't be there alone. She wouldn't be the only gun-based capital ship there. But this is the problem with so many butterflies. But assuming for whatever reason she arbitrarily was, she now has a fully worked up aircraft carrier and 2 newly commissioned aircraft carriers with her, at which point I think Tovey would have to take at least 2 of the carriers, at which point the Battle of the Denmark Strait isn't going to be so much Hood charging in guns blazing. It's going to be Norfolk and Suffolk tell everyone roughly where Bismarck and Prince Eugen are, then King George V and Prince of Wales in their carrier forms send out recon aircraft to find out exactly where they are, at which point they bend them and then both start hitting Bismarck with swordfish repeatedly, well, and Prince Eugen for that matter, hoping to slow down and or cripple and or possibly sink Prince Eugen, or at least cripple both of them, at which point when the ships are crippled, then you might, well, at that point you'd have the destroyers have been caught up at that point, so then you'd have Hood plus a bunch of destroyers plus Norfolk and Suffolk closing in for the kill on some crippled ships, which might then preserve Hood, which also means you don't get a Battle of the Denmark Strait. Sorry, you don't get the final Battle of Bismarck. Bismarck's final battle is in the Denmark Strait, having been nibbled to death by, as Londo Mollari would say, nibbled to death by cats. Or duck, was it ducks? Nibbled to death by ducks, I think was Mollari's saying. So then at that stage, Force Z is probably going to be Hood and Repulse, with Prince of Wales as an escort because she's available as a full-fledged carrier, which means they're probably not going to get sunk because you have just twin-engine bombers, and regardless of what you might think of the Fulmar, a full flight deck's worth of Fulmars will probably break up a bunch of Bettys, etc. well enough to let the ship survive. Plus, you know, Prince of Wales as a carrier with 4.5-inch anti-aircraft guns would actually have a working anti-aircraft battery. Which then winds us, so I mean, overall that's a net positive. The only negative at that stage is that at North Cape the weather is not going to allow you to operate aircraft, so you're going to need to find another battleship to take the place of Duke of York to face off against Scharnhorst. It's probably not going to be Hood at that point. It may well be Nelson or Rodney, at which point it's going to be kind of roll the dice. Can you cripple Scharnhorst fast enough before she gets out of range? Because of course Scharnhorst will have even more of a speed advantage over anything that's not Hood. So Scharnhorst might get away. Although of course if Hood somehow, you know, if theoretically this timeline plays out and Hood survives both Battle of the Denmark Strait and Force Z, and has somehow survived the intervening period and hasn't completely and utterly broken down, maybe she'll be the one chasing down Scharnhorst, who knows. Yeah, that's there's a bit of an interesting one. Gregory, right, Force Z has carriers, the Japanese Navy will send Zeros with the Bettys. They can't, because one, historically speaking, on the day that Force Z was attacked, the bombers had only just arrived, so there physically weren't any Zeros at the air bases to send with the bombers, even if they'd wanted to. It was very much a, hey guys, you've landed, here, quick, load up some torpedoes, guess what you're doing tomorrow morning. And secondly, even if they had Zeros, by the time the Bettys got the contact reports for Force Z, the Bettys were basically at bingo fuel and about to head home. And the Zero, even with the famously long range of the Zeros don't have anything close to the same kind of range as a Betty. The Zeros would have gone home an hour or two earlier at least. So yeah, unfortunately for the Japanese, no matter what happens, there are not going to be Zeros with the Bettys above Force Z. It just physically can't happen. And yes, that was a Babylon 5 quote. Rob Smith asks, the various treaties have a bit of a trip in their formulation. For all the countries except the UK, they clearly state such and such a country shall have no ships of, but for the UK, the equivalent clause says the UK Royal Navy shall have no ships of. Someone in Whitehall... Oh, right, so this is the history. So assuming that there's somehow this typo that says the Royal Navy shall have no ships of, as opposed to this country shall. So if someone in Whitehall giggles along the corridor, then says to the RAF and the Army, you can build any number of floating things that may look like aircraft carriers or battleships, but they must not be called battleships or aircraft carriers. What would the respective forces call their not ships, and how many would they be? I mean, that's the kind of loophole that's going to get closed at the London Treaty, if not earlier, for obvious reasons. But in the interim, well, you've got budgetary concerns, for one thing. Sorry, I'm just going to pour myself some more drink. So you've got budgetary concerns for one thing. So realistically, probably not a huge amount is going to change, but assuming that the British do want it to change, and they want to be particularly nefarious, then, I mean, for one thing, I can see them potentially pulling off something like the Japanese pulled off with Hiei, and disarming the, let's say, the surviving Orions and King George V, so the 13.5-inch versions, and then later the Iron Dukes. You know, take off the armour, take off the guns, put them into storage somewhere, and call them high-capacity, high-speed transports for the army. Which, I mean, over time, those ships will become less and less useful, but certainly for the 1920s, until the loophole gets closed, it would theoretically allow the Royal Navy to rather rapidly recommission a bunch of still somewhat capable capital ships. As far as the RAF is concerned, you might see the RAF building a bunch of not aircraft carriers, maybe calling them seaborne aircraft relocation transport ships. You know, rather than, you know, risking the dangerous staging flights of RAF aircraft from Britain to various parts of the empire, instead we, as the RAF, have developed these aircraft transport vessels, which, you know, we load the aircraft on in a dock and we sail the aircraft to their destinations without impinging on the Navy, and then we can sell them wherever we like, whenever they like. And of course, because, you know, the seas are very rough and we don't want to damage our precious fighters, all of the these aircraft transportation vessels are going to have lifts and hangars so that we can store the aircraft beneath the decks to keep them nice and dry, etc., etc. I mean, I think that would probably be, if the government was willing to spend the money, that would be what I would do. As Knight 6831 pointing out, the Orions, Iron Dukes and King George V aren't viable after the 1930s, but this is one heck of a loophole that's being closed at the London Naval Treaty anyway, so it doesn't make much odds. Gregory Albert, though not naval related, how excited are you for the secret of Roman concrete possibly being found and replicated? Because apparently quicklime is the ancient Roman equivalent to nanomachine. I like quicklime. I don't like it quite as much when it's trying to burn my kitchen down in my initial tests with Greek fire, but I do like quicklime generally. It's a very wonderful chemical. And I have been keeping abreast of the latest developments in the search for what Roman concrete does. As you'll know from some of my previous engineering rants on the Drydock and so forth, my thoughts on most modern concrete are not charitable, especially when it comes to rebar. So, yeah. I mean, on the one hand, having longer lasting self-healing concrete, or concrete that's even better at self-healing than modern concrete, would be really good. On the other hand, it means a lot more concrete, which I'm not a huge fan of, to be honest, because concrete encourages really dumb, really simplistic ideas of what constitutes architecture. And whilst I'm an engineer and not an architect, I do have some sense of the aesthetic, and large grey block is not aesthetic. Yeah, Galileo, you know, pointing out Roman super concrete stories, they're a little bit exaggerated. Okay, yeah, which is fair, but in terms of long-term durability, the Roman concrete does have some advantages over modern concrete. Modern concrete in a lot, I mean, yes, there are modern formulations, modern concrete, to be fair, which do last a lot longer and are a lot tougher. There's the kind of stuff you'll see having with bunkers being made out of the stuff, but your day-to-day civilian engineering concrete, like so much stuff in our modern society, is a product of what can we manufacture for the least amount of money and sell for the greatest profit margin, not necessarily what will actually last more than 100 to 150 years. And of course, the one advantage is, of course, nowadays we can codify and replicate something consistently. Marlin Stout. Suppose Admiral Nagumo, for whatever reason, has to go ashore and is unable to command the WWII. How would having Admiral Yamaguchi or Admiral Ozawa in command possibly have changed how the Pearl Harbor or Midway battles might have turned out? Galeriano saying, I'm one of those widows who likes booters. Well, someone has to, otherwise they wouldn't have built so many of them. Anyway, going back to the question, how would Admiral Yamaguchi or Admiral Ozawa being in charge of the WWII possibly have changed how the Pearl Harbor or Midway battles might have turned out? Either of them would almost have to have been more aggressive than Nagumo. Do you think either of them would have sent in a third attack wave or gotten a strike off before American carrier aircraft arrived at Midway? And how might those changes have affected the rest of the war? I mean, it's possible. I think you do have to be very careful when thinking about how would Yamaguchi or Ozawa have done this, because a lot of what might seem obvious to us now is obviously a product of hindsight. With that said, see, with the Pearl Harbor thing, I don't know how I would really answer that, because I'm conscious of a lot of the stuff that I would say to do differently that would be plausibly done differently at Pearl Harbor to increase damage is as much reliant on hindsight as anything else. You know, dive bombing with 250-pound and 500-pound bombs is never going to kill capital ships. At least not battleships. So if it was up to me, and theoretically Yamaguchi or Ozawa, then sending the Vals strictly after land targets, and maybe having some more torpedo armed Kates. So basically you just have torpedo Kates and the adapted heavy converted 16-inch shell Kates for the bombing. That would be a better way of doing it, and you know, maybe yes, sending in a third wave as well, especially if you send more Vals after more land targets, which maybe delays the American ability to get fighters up in the air, such as they did get up in the air at all. But you know, would Yamaguchi or Ozawa have made those specific changes at that specific time? I don't know. Midway, I think, is slightly easier to process. I think Admiral Ozawa definitely would have done better at Midway. But then again, at the same time, you know, while Ozawa is, I think, probably one of the most capable admirals the Japanese have, some of the stuff that he pulls off later in the war is informed as much by looking at experience and seeing what the Americans have and haven't done previously and drawing lessons from that, as it is as much from his own capability. And he is a fairly capable admiral. So, I mean, you know, Admiral Ozawa circa 1944-45, if he had any inkling at all that the American carriers might either be in the area or might be arriving in the area, is unlikely to commit huge amounts of strike power to Midway Island until he knows for certain where the American carriers are. Likewise, his choice of loadouts for his aircraft, and whether or not he wants to prepare a second strike against Midway itself, I think he would have got more of those calls right. But again, it's very easy to be influenced by, you know, the butterfly wing beat changing at Midway based on hindsight more than anything else. Salty Viking 10,022, if you had To build a 5,000-ton trade protection ship, what would you build? The only rule is it can have no more than 6 total torpedo tubes. That's probably going to be Design V or Design 5, depending on if you interpret it as a V or a Roman numeral 5. Or some variation thereof, i.e. basically the super destroyer dash not quite light cruiser, but maybe it's a light cruiser, that would eventually devolve into the tribals and the Didos, or Didos, whatever you want to call them. So yeah, that would be what, 5 twin 4.7 inch, a quad torpedo launcher, or possibly 2 triples, and a bunch of depth charge rails on the back, very high speed. That would basically be the, okay, maybe it'll come in at a little less than 5,000 tons at that point, but that would be the general trade protection dash fast escort vessel that the Royal Navy was legitimately thinking about building. Sapper Ninja asks, instead of a time warp ship, I want to ask this with a twist, if you could take one admiral from all of history, hand wave them to another point, who would you place where to enact the greatest change? They retain their personality but are granted an understanding of the technology and present day tactics, whatever that present day happens to be. Personally, I like the mental image of Nelson slapping Beatty out of the way and assuming command. That would be quite hilarious, especially considering obviously Nelson has 0 depth perception and 1 arm at that point. But it's probably still better at communicating his intentions than Beatty is. Okay, so transport one admiral from anywhere in history, put him in another point with his personality, but with the complete understanding of the technology and tactics of the time. I mean, to be honest, Nelson replacing Beatty isn't necessarily a bad call, considering that Nelson liked gunnery. Yes, he liked closing in to absolutely mix it up in with the enemy in melee, but he did understand where a standoff gunnery solution was also required, even if he didn't feel he had to use it that often. But See, there are a few scenarios that would have a very wide-ranging impact in history, but you'd have to send the Admiral back considerably further than the actual battle itself. I mean, obviously sending an admiral from the future to the past, in theory they would have knowledge of what actually happened anyway, so they could change things based on that. But a single one to make a single greatest change, that's a bit of a big one. A lot of people saying put Rozhesvensky in charge of Task Force 38. I mean, that would be hilarious. That genuinely would be. I genuinely would pay money to see that. I mean, as I've mentioned before, Rozhesvensky did pretty much the best he could with what he was given, so I don't think putting anyone else in place of him is going to really help the Russians all that much at Tsushima. I mean, yeah, seeing... Actually, no, I think I'm going to go with people's suggestion. Putting Rozhesvensky as the competitor for Halsey in Task Force 38, just to see which person would be even more aggressive when in terms of the pursuit and attack on the Japanese, would be incredibly funny to watch. Yeah, that would be very, very funny. Not sure it would change much, to be perfectly honest. Which is part of the question, what would enact the greatest change? Because that means either you have to turn an indecisive battle into a decisive one way or the other, or somehow overcome. Oh, you know what? Taking someone fairly aggressive, at which point, you know, someone who's aggressive with a decent head on their shoulders for tactics. So you could take Rozesvensky, you could take Nelson. Heck, if you could persuade him to fight on the relevant side, and Rear Admiral Magon of the Revolutionary era Navy, you know, take someone who's a very aggressive, very lead from the front admiral, and put them in charge of the British fleet at the Battle of Virginia Capes. Because if the British fleet is considerably more aggressive and slightly better handled, and manages to eke out a minor victory instead of a loss, then that means Cornwallis's army can get resupplied. If Cornwallis's army gets resupplied, then Yorktown doesn't play out the way that it did historically, which means either the American War of Independence drags on for considerably longer, and or is possibly flat out lost. I mean, it depends how the campaign goes from there, but given what would have obviously eventually happened with the War of 1812, the American Civil War, World War I, World War II, and how the America's involvement in all of those has obviously shaped history, you know, completely rewriting the book on what happens in the American War of Independence would probably have the single greatest change, at least as far as what we're doing right now would be. Thing is, if you replace Admiral Suffren, the French commander, well, the French won that battle anyway, so that doesn't really change all that much. Oh, we have a new thing. How many Blackburns could a Blackburn burn if a Blackburn could burn Blackburns? Asks. In Drydock 144, you were asked about Scharnhorst and Gneisenau if they were teleported back in time to 3 days after the Battle of Coronel, along with an oil tanker, replacing their downtime counterparts, but only 800 of their uptime crew to aid in training and operation. So if it's basically the latest versions of Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, what technology and other information would Imperial Germany of late 1914 and early 1915 be able to use within reasonable time and expense for World War I, assuming they get back to Germany? Or well, would they be able to get back to Germany with an oil tanker, and only what fuel they could carry at deep load? Yeah, physically, if Scharnhorst and Gneisenau have we're talking about the World War II variants, if they have deep loads of fuel at the time and a tanker to refuel from, then at cruising speed with a short dash, then yes, they physically could get back to Germany. Getting through the Channel and or the North Sea to make it back to Wilhelmshaven, that's another matter. But again, possibly yes, especially if they keep radio silence, then they could cruise. At which point, yeah, cruising speed, as long as they can dodge and weave their way past entanglements with British ships in the Atlantic, which, given that at least Scharnhorst is going to have a decent radar set on her, is entirely possible. If they can then get to the North Sea somewhere around the same level as Scapa, and then just burn full speed south, there's not going to be a lot that the British can do to stop them getting to Wilhelmshaven at that stage. So yes, they could plausibly could actually get back to Germany. What could the Germans then use? The Enigma machines. There's nothing really to stop them taking one apart and replicating it, so that might solve a lot of their cryptography issues. The radar, I don't think they could easily reproduce that quickly. The fire control systems, they probably can reproduce, or at least use to dramatically improve their own fire control systems. The engine technology aboard will be a huge help. That would, again, be relatively easy to understand. I think those would be the main things. Oh, I mean, the Arado 196 as a board would also be very useful in pointing the way forward and improving their aircraft generally. And then we've got one standard question and then the two long ones, and that's it for the Patreon stuff. And I've got a few super chats to catch up with as well. Thomas Dudkiewicz, I think. At some point I might actually get that right. You never know. You can save a destroyer, a cruiser, a battleship, and an aircraft carrier that went to the scrapyards or to the nuclear tests. But for each one, you must sacrifice a ship of the same general type, so carrier for carrier, etc., that was preserved. Which ones do you choose to save and which ones do you condemn to the scrapyards? Well, you see, for the British, we're in a bit of a bind because we only have one light cruiser, one protected cruiser, and one destroyer, I think, Cavalier. We don't have any preserved battleships or aircraft carriers, so we can't do the we can't do the exchange, generally speaking. I mean, cruisers. See, a bunch of the stuff I'd really like to save was stuff that was sunk during the war, like the Brooklyn-class Helena or Ark Royal. I mean, the obvious one is getting Enterprise CV6 back. So, you know, stick your hand in the hat and draw a random aircraft carrier museum ship out to decide which one gets to swap places with Enterprise. I'm not sure I could pick exactly which one. I mean, especially given that I've only visited thus far, I've only visited Midway and Yorktown. I haven't actually physically stepped on board Lexington or Hornet, and I haven't been on board Intrepid in more than 2 decades now. Battleship. I mean, for battleships, there'd always be the temptation to bring back Washington, you know, from obviously with her victory at Guadalcanal. But again, maybe West Virginia for her Pearl Harbor history. But you know, again, you're a bit boxed in by the fact that really the only ones you can do battleship and carrier swaps for is the US. I mean, technically the Japanese could exchange Mikasa for something, but A, would they want to, and B, what would they exchange it for, considering that the only thing vaguely left afloat really by the end of the World War II would be Nagato. But yeah, it's a difficult one, to be perfectly honest, I think. Because yeah, Nagato's a lot bigger and a lot more impressive a ship, but would the Japanese want to get rid of Mikasa, their flagship at Tsushima? I suspect not. Right, so let's go to Randwick 78's long question. So this is one of 2 Patreon questions left. Right, let's see. So, okay, so this is apparently one of a series of alternate histories that he's going to do over the next few months in the Drydock, in the Patreon listing. So, 1921, League of Nations Naval Treaty, Washington Naval Treaty takes place. Each member of the League of Nations outside of the Big Five may have up to 70,000 tons of capital ships and 125,000-ton carrier to prevent a regional naval arms race that might start a war that other major powers could be drawn into. To be honest, that might actually start a naval arms race, because if there's a 70,000-ton displacement limit, that means if they want to, the South American three nations, obviously Chile, Argentina and Brazil, can restart, because they have a lot of, there's a number of capital ships you could fit into that, especially if you don't go for the full 35,000 ton. I mean, that's two 35,000 tonners, or some smaller ones. Maybe it might not start in that big an arms race, but it might do something. Anyway, any existing capital ships can be replaced for reaching 20 years after commission. There's an exception made with regard to the Commonwealth navies. They can only have 70,000 tons of capital ships and 25,000 tons of carriers between them, in exchange for additional special exceptions for the other four powers. Okay, so that's Australia, New Zealand, well, New Zealand's not completely independent at this point, but Australia and Canada at least basically have two battleships and a carrier to split between them. At which point I think Canada will probably get maybe get a battleship, and Australia will have a battleship and a carrier. Alright, system of calculating the cost of these ships is devised to stop building them at mates rates. After some discussion, Canada will build their Nelson, Australia will build the other as well as a carrier. Well, yeah, that's pretty much what I thought would happen. Australia can't be laid down until 28, as it can't be commissioned until 33, when the indefatigable class Australia can be decommissioned. Fine. After the Nelson, 16-inch and 6-inch guns limitations become apparent. The 1545s and 4.5-inch are developed a few years earlier than they were historically, so you're basically building F3. Australia doesn't want to have a quad 15 Nelson. The Australians decide they want a fast battleship. Yeah, so at that point Australia is basically getting a slightly modernised F3. So Australia finds herself in Alexandria with Sydney when Italy enters the war. Cunningham somehow successfully convinces the Admiralty to let him add them to his collection of Australian ships. It remains in the Mediterranean until it's recalled after Pearl Harbor. How much difference do you think a fast battleship would make to the Battle of the Mediterranean in this period? Do you think the Italians would have been more cautious in their deployment of older battleships, perhaps only sending them out with the Littorio? And can you see any operation where Australia might have been sent out with the cruisers that Cunningham's historical capital ships were just too slow to accompany? At Calabria specifically, do you think Cunningham would have been likely to leave Malaya and Royal Sovereign behind and force an engagement with the Italian battleships? And what would they do if they sent one or both Littorios with them? Okay, right. So you've basically got an F3 or possibly a Nelson Richelieu hybrid with quad 15s. Would Cunningham have sent such a ship, i.e. a 28-30 knot 15-inch armed battleship, out with his cruisers? Yeah, probably. Because a lot of the cruiser engagements, certainly the earlier on... Does that thing come back? Not yet, no. So, where were we? Yeah, I think I can see Cunningham sending out a fast capital ship with his cruisers, because as I said, a lot of the early cruiser engagements were the British cruisers running away from Italian heavy cruisers. If they have a fast capital ship with them, they will just start shooting back immediately. So that would change a lot of the opening stages of a number of battles. And at Calabria, I mean, if you've got Warspite and this theoretical HMAS Australia II, yeah, two capital ships, including one fast one, going after two refitted Italian World War I ships. Yeah, Cunningham will take those odds quite happily. Malaya and Royal Sovereign will be left to haul up the rear line while Warspite and Australia go out to merrily engage. What would they do if the Italians sent one or both Littorios with them? If it's one Littorio versus this theoretical Australia, I think Cunningham would probably stand and fight. If there's two Littorios, I think it would devolve back into kind of a capital ship scale version of what you saw with the cruisers, where, you know, Australia, which is kind of standing in for the British cruisers historically, would engage the Italian battleship or battleships for as long as it took for either a Littorio and other smaller ships to be there, or two Littorios to show up, at which point it would start running away to draw the other British battleships into distance so that they could then re-engage with numerical superiority. Right, so now we have Thomas Bernecki. Don't worry, sweater jumper, I know what you mean. Right, and then we have okay. Yeah, my brain's not functioning enough at this stage to try and pronounce this in Japanese, Okage, but I will try it at some point. I need to work out how to contact you as well. How actually am I going to do that? That's a good question. I don't think I know what your email address is. You could possibly have to email me, but getting back to your questions, or question, clarification for the previous answer about Kitakami getting in amongst the American fleet. What is heavily damaged? For example, if the same number of hits as Pearl Harbor was achieved, same place for torpedo hits, etc., etc., which heavily damaged the Pacific fleet, what would the outcomes be? So, what is heavily damaged? I mean, heavily damaged, basically, in broad terms, if I say a ship would be lightly damaged or heavily damaged, my ballpark meaning of those two terms is that a lightly damaged ship is somewhat combat impaired, but is still overall capable of engaging in offensive action. So if it's lost speed, it's only lost 1 or 2 knots of speed. If it's lost armament, it's maybe lost some secondary armament, or maybe one of its turrets is out of action, that kind of thing. Heavy damage would be, you know, primary fire controllers destroyed, multiple main battery turrets have been knocked out, it's listing very heavily, its speed has dropped, you know, 5 or more knots. That, and sort of anything between there and completely sunk, would count as heavily damaged for me. Could you do a limited engineering study in an episode? I mean, I can add it to my portfolio of episodes I need to do. That scenario, sure, that it might make an interesting fun Friday to consider, but obviously there is a pretty long list of episodes to produce. So what would a shallow draft Dutch style vessel built by the Japanese at the end of the Sengoku Jidai, which incorporates Japanese construction and tactics, look like? Well, I mean, Dutch vessels are relatively shallow draft in and of themselves, but built a shallow draft Dutch style vessel built by the Japanese, incorporating Japanese construction and tactics. So I mean, they're two very different styles to merge. But if the Japanese were going to build their own variant thereof, I would suspect it would have slightly lower heavy structures, but might actually be built up even higher with lighter structures, more in keeping with period Japanese vessels. and it would almost certainly have a considerably wider beam. So it would probably, in terms of a length to beam ratio, probably more closely resemble Western European ships of the medieval, like the high medieval period, so cogs and so forth, than the later longer range Western European ships. And by having considerably larger beam, that would make it more stable, which would also allow for the higher fighting platforms, even if the upper ends would be somewhat lighter built. The slightly lower speed would be made up for by greater agility, which is much more useful in a more coastal environment. So yeah, I think you'd end up, yeah, I think that was roughly what I would anticipate a shallow draft Dutch style vessel being built at the end of Sengoku Chutai period looking like. And obviously with a considerably wider beam comes a considerably shallower draft, which is also useful for working out in shallow waters around Japan. Could you give us a summary of Japanese vessels for the Sengoku and Imjin periods? Again, that's a Wednesday video thing. That's not something you can do in 5 minutes. Like the bamboo armored cannon galleys, which I think are Dutch. Yeah, I mean, yeah, again, covering Japanese ships especially of the older period, is definitely something I want to do. That's something I do have on my list to do on Wednesday videos. Although that's going to mean getting hands on some fairly interesting resources, and possibly also going to Japan to visit. So yes, covering them, they're very interesting ships, but it's not something I can do justice to in a Patreon question, because it's going to require going a lot of research. And I mean, that's just covering the basics is probably going to be like half hour, 40 minutes, if not more. Copying that. Right, okay, so for this is the continuation of his question. So if the whole Pacific fleet is captured at Pearl Harbor, including carriers and subs. Okay, so, oh, right, okay. Right, so this is a clarification of his previous question. So he's saying the entire Pacific fleet is there rather than just the ships that were historically there. All vessels are intact enough to be patched up and sailed back to Japan or repaired with the supplies at Pearl. I mean, technically you're right, the firebombing did cause higher casualty counts and devastation overall than just the nukes. The problem, the difference is that the firebombing requires considerable devotion of resources in terms of hundreds of, well, over 100 aircraft per raid. You can see that coming, and I mean, it's a morale thing as much as anything else. You know, a firebombing campaign to cause that many casualties and that much destruction in Japanese cities is the work of several hours by hundreds of aircraft, and as I said, a considerable resource investment. Part of, as from what I've read, part of the psychological impact of nukes was it's one aircraft that shows up, and in the space of a few minutes, the entire city has disappeared. And you already know that the enemy has hundreds of aircraft, so what could they possibly do? Obviously, they don't necessarily know that there aren't that many atomic bombs in existence at the time. But anyway, that's getting a bit off topic of the naval side of things. So how would the American Hornet's Nest respond if the entire Pacific Fleet had been stolen? As you said, Kaiser shipyards ordered after the Pearl Harbor attack to start churning out carriers in 43-44, but what design of carrier, battleship, destroyer? Well, I mean, at that stage, you know, Illinois and Kentucky are becoming carriers because the hulls are there. More of the Clevelands would be turned into Independences. The Essex class build program, it is what it is already. But yeah, that, I mean, I suppose at that point, if the entire Pacific Fleet has been captured, including its fleet carriers, in on December 7th, 1941, then maybe instead of churning out escort carriers, you might see something akin to the British light fleet carrier, which are the Colossus Majestics, being developed. So it's kind of a halfway house between a fleet carrier and a light carrier. It's therefore, it's got a large aircraft capacity, but is much faster to build than a fleet carrier. And you might see the Kaisers being ordered, Kaiser yards or various other shipyards being ordered to turn them out partially instead of escort carriers. He also goes on, you said the America would probably go for the southern attack from Australia. They wouldn't have much choice at that point. With the Pacific Navy no longer in American hands, would this be an army affair under MacArthur? Well, the Americans can still reallocate resources from the Atlantic, and of course, as I said, they can build new stuff. They've got new stuff coming online at the moment as well. The main thing would be a delay. If the entire Pacific Fleet is gone, then it's a defensive campaign only. Regardless of what MacArthur wants to do, until the US can rebuild the Pacific Fleet, he physically just will not have the resources. No one will have the resources to take an offensive. It'll be defensive and delaying actions until well into 1943. But with that said, I don't think MacArthur would end up being in charge of it all, because, well, even if he now managed to finagle command so quickly, most of his schemes, let's just say, it would only take one or two of MacArthur's early war harebrained ideas before command was taken back off of him pretty sharpish. As far as what vessels would be deployed from the Atlantic to Australia and how would they be used, well, you'd see North Carolina and Washington being pushed over much faster rather than spending periods in the Arctic. Ranger would definitely be sent over, for lack of almost anything else. The available battleships, the available sort of like the New Mexicos, for example, etc., they'd be sent to Australia. They'd be trying to form up some kind of fleet as a last ditch defense until the new stuff can come online. As for what the naval campaign from 44 onwards would look like, I mean, from 44 onwards in this scenario, you're probably looking at something vaguely akin to what you see historically occurring with the island hopping campaign, except it's starting several years later, which will have given the Japanese much more time to fortify. The Americans will, at least in 44, have to be much more cagey about losses than they were historically. I mean, not that the Americans were happily throwing things away, but they wouldn't have the depth of resources backing up their frontline forces that they did historically. So those initial pushes would be much more conservative, kind of take one place, basically throw everything at one place, take it, consolidate, repair, refit, reinforce, go again, as opposed to the historical island hopping campaign, which not quite, but was almost kind of hit this target. We've taken it, great. Anything that got damaged is immediately replaced, and we move on to the next one as soon as the planning is done. So it would be a slower advance. Ghost Bear 177 saying, yeah, it's a little bit silly that the whole Pacific Fleet would be in one place at one time and they're all captured at Pearl Harbor, but it's the scenario that's set by the question, so within the scope of the question. This is the thing. Within the scope of the question, sometimes you have to develop scenarios that are a little bit away from what would plausibly happen. But the plausible happenings are what happened in history, even though history doesn't necessarily have to be entirely believable, it just has to happen. Random Stuff 2023, that was just finishing the Patreon questions. We've got the super chats that have come through to catch up on, and then we're on to people from general chat. And it's only 9:20. Wow, okay. Sapper Ninja, we often hear that the Bismarck class is functionally impossible to citadel. Is this true? No. Could a contemporary battleship punch through the belt and turtleback? Yes. Yes, it could. For one thing, whether or not, well, we know Bismarck's citadel was breached in the final battle. Or as much as we know anything about exactly what the conditions were inside Bismarck in the final battle, there are enough accounts from survivors of fires and flooding within the citadel to indicate that with a relatively strong likelihood that Bismarck's citadel probably was breached somewhere. Exactly where, exactly how, I don't know. But you don't get that number of people from various parts of the ship saying, you know, yeah, I was in this machinery room or that machinery room or this boiler room or that boiler room and there was flooding, you know, and, you know, there were fires. We had to flood portions of the ship which are inside the citadel to stop fires spreading. You know, that doesn't happen unless something's gotten through. Excuse me. What is true is that Bismarck's very difficult to citadel at short range, because if you blast away at her at very short range, then you have to get through the belt armor, which, okay, at short range is not actually that difficult, but you then have a slowed, possibly damaged shell that's going to hit at a very shallow angle on the turtleback deck, which will probably deflect it and bounce it away. But it's not entirely impossible with some very big, very powerful guns to potentially do that. As I've pointed out in other periods, in other questions, actually this is another good time to bring this in. You know, you've got the fundamental problem sometimes, not with all analysis, but with sometimes that you get with certain analysis, is people assume arbitrarily strong materials, which is not the case. So I'm just using my 1937 naval estimates here. But basically, if you have your shallow sloped armor and you have a shell that hits it, obviously if you have armor like this, then this is the apparent thickness. If you have the angled like this and the shell, for argument's sake, is coming in at a horizontal angle, now it's not this that's the apparent thickness, it's this that's the apparent thickness. So this is longer. However, you can't treat that as I mean, for approximate calculation purposes, and especially at angles like, say, that, you know, you can kind of treat it as a unified thickness, but that's not actually the case, especially at shallower angles. I'm just trying to look around for something that's vaguely projectile shaped. This knife will have to do. So if you imagine this is the lower half of a shell going through, you know, if it's coming in at a nice shallow angle like this, by the time it gets to this point, let's say, and obviously all the scales are slightly out of whack for this, but you get the general idea. Now at this point, in theory, that point has about half of the apparent thickness to get through, but the left hand side of it, down, well, the lower half down here, as you can see, there's actually a much thinner bit to get through here, and this lower part might well spool off because it's not an arbitrarily rigid material. So yeah, proponents of extremely angled armor fall down on slightly when it comes to their calculations in that respect. The other thing is, again, as I won't use that because that's an old thing and relatively valuable, but I can use this bit of paper. Now, again, by way of illustration, in theory, if I have a projectile, let's say my finger now, and it hits this bit of paper at, you know, near enough, not quite, but almost 90 degrees. So in theory, if I'm trying to push my way through the end of, just separate the sheet out. If I'm trying to push my finger through this piece of paper, in theory, I'm pushing it through, what's that? I think about 8 inches of paper. Now, if I was trying to push my finger through 8 inches of solid paper, that's not actually going to work in the slightest. I'm just going to hurt myself. But if I push through this with an apparent thickness of 8 inches, you can see that, you know, because it's actually not got much depth to it, it just bends. And if this was tinfoil, it would break. So when you get to arbitrarily large angles and arbitrarily large or arbitrarily thin pieces of material relative to the impact velocities that are involved, you get other deformation on other planes, which again isn't necessarily taken into account. So what I'm trying to say is armor penetration, especially when you're dealing with angles, especially extreme angles, is a very complex beast. And so making arbitrary statements like, oh, it's completely invulnerable or functionally impossible, there's a lot more caveats to it than that. But so I think what I'm getting at there is that at closer ranges with a sufficiently powerful gun, and there are some sufficiently powerful guns out there, in terms of realistic engineering, it is possible to get through Bismarck's citadel, even if using arbitrary calculations might seem to indicate otherwise. But there is also a scenario in which quite a lot of guns, 14, 15, 16, 18 inch, etc., could quite happily penetrate Bismarck's citadel, and that's simply from longer range. If you go out to longer ranges, then in order to engage with the turtle back at all, you're probably going to be punching through the upper strakes of armour, which are much thinner. You might even go over the top of them if you're lucky at very long ranges, or using something that's firing more mortar shell, like a 1645, relatively speaking, for battleship gun shells. You know, if you're engaging at 25, 30,000 yards or so, i.e. the extremities of plausible hitting ranges, those shells dropping in at higher angles, they might either go over the top of the armour, or they might go through the upper strake, as I said. That's going to offer much less resistance than the main belt. Now, there'll be a slight increase in apparent resistance because it is hitting at a slightly higher angle, fair enough, but it's also going to be hitting much closer to perpendicular on the turtle back than it would be at short range, and effectively you're talking about plunging fire. And yeah, plunging fire, it's not easy, but it's entirely possible for a wide range of naval guns at the longer distances to citadel Bismarck. The main strength, if you like, of Bismarck's armor layout is that it actually becomes harder to citadel as you get closer, whereas almost not quite, but almost everybody else's armor schemes become harder to citadel the further away you go. So yeah, that's that. Oh yeah, people pointing out there's literally a shell behind me. Oh well, I'll try and remember that for next time. I don't have tin foil up here though. Adam Martin asking, will you be making more videos about recommended reading lists? Yes, I've still got to do Italy, Russia, Britain, America, Age of Sail, general ship and general campaign recommendations at the very least, and then there's some other specialist stuff as well, but I'm going to be mixing them in with other stuff. On the Fun Fridays, that is. I think I'm going to be trying to do maybe one introductory reading list video and per month, and then one other video per month, for the Fun Fridays, but we shall have to see. Stephen Meyer asks, if you wake up in Warhammer 30k as the Emperor of Mankind, he seeded Warhammer, as we understand it these days, to wargame the future from his visions. He asks you to impart traditions to his navy to make them more effective for the next 10 millennia. What do you change? Random Stuff 2023, will you do more stuff on videos on Norwegian ships? Yes, I will. Now, sorry, it was traditions to the Imperial Navy of 30k. What could I do to make basically Battlefleet Gothic style ships more effective? I mean, realistically, there's a bunch of stuff they should be doing, but because a lot of their battles are kind of Age of Sail in space, they don't tend to. So if we assume that, I don't know, maybe the knowledge of this information was lost in the Age of Strife or something, then my 40k ships are all the way over there. I would probably instruct them in the miracle of the RCS roll. You know, you've got these broadsides either side, and some ships have spinal weapons batteries as well. Instead of coming about to offer a second broadside as if you were sailing on the sea, I would just go, well, yes, offer them one broadside, then fire RCS thrusters, flip yourself, relatively speaking, upside down, offer them the other broadside, and keep doing this. Also, while you're at it, if you're going to have a battery of dorsal lance turrets, stick some on the ventral side as well, and that way you can just do a crocodile death spiral the entire time, blazing away with everything. That would probably be the single most important change in lethality that I think you could do, given that most other stuff relies on computer guidance, and as we know, abominable intelligence is heresy. That, and would it kill you to do a little bit more automation in some of the ships? Michael McLeod asks, with America having a lot of museum ships competing for finite national funding, do you think positioning some of them in Europe, for example leasing the Texas to Cherbourg in France, could give them high potential income? I mean, theoretically, guest visits by some of the more storied spectacular American museum ships on paper to somewhere in Europe would probably go pretty well, at least for a while, maybe for a few years. The larger issue would be getting them there. Getting across the Atlantic would not be easy at all. Obviously, like, most of them, well, none of them currently really, as far as I can tell, move under their own power any great distance, and most of them physically can't. So, and even for the ones that did, even for the ones that theoretically can move under their own power, it would be a huge amount of work to get them back up into that state. So yeah, it's, in theory, yes, it might be a good idea. In practice, I don't think it would work. I mean, the risks involved would just be ridiculous. I mean, maybe because some of these, well, not so much floating dry docks, but there are basically floating dry docks that are also ships that transport other ships around. So maybe if there was one of those going to Europe to do a job, you might be able to persuade them to take a museum ship with them, in order to, be shown off in Europe. That would be a lot safer way of doing it and probably cost less. But you then also have to consider the impact on the local economy. You know, what happens to Camden waterfront if New Jersey disappears off to Europe for several years, for example? You know, who fills in that gap in the local economy? Will the people who volunteer on her want to go over to Europe for several years, and can they afford to? And you know, when the ship comes back, will the visitor numbers come back when she returns? Gregor pointing out the Drydock ships are usually less than 10,000 tons. Yeah, there are a few pretty big ones out there, but catching one at the right time is going to be fun. Again, it's one of these things of like, you know, practically speaking, the answer is no. It's not possible because of the transatlantic transportation issues. But there's some very minor edge cases that, you know, unfortunately you have to mention the edge case, otherwise someone will show up and say you didn't realise that it was possible, because it's the internet. Sherman 117, just before the... I'll knock over. Sherman 117, just before the war, the Italian Navy sees the Germans building the Bismarck class and decides to just buy 15-inch shells from Germany. How does that change the battles in the Mediterranean? Probably not by a... well, possibly not by a huge amount. It depends what you attribute the 15-inch shell problems to. If it's faulty shell construction, then assuming that they recalibrate the gun tables for the new German shells, well, now you have to just worry about the fact that German shells suffer from an unusually high number of duds, but generally speaking, that would be a significant improvement. If, on the other hand, the problem is overstabilization, which it may very well be, then it doesn't really matter whose shells you're using, because if they're overstabilized, they're still, you know, you could be firing the world's most perfectly produced shell and it's still gonna go crashing down miles off of where you actually aim for. DJ Midirios, I think, asks, during the construction of Yamato and Musashi, is it true the Japanese Navy put up a rope curtain around the ships for security and secrecy, and that they caused a rope shortage in Japan? I don't know about rope shortage in Japan, but they definitely did screen off 2 absolutely gigantic battleships. You know, as in visibly, physically screened them away from the public. So I would say a kind of a qualified yes, in as much as yes, they did conceal them from external view. Whether or not that caused a rope shortage in Japan, I don't know. I mean, even for that amount, even if it was a rope curtain, and even if it was that amount of rope, I can't really see that causing anything more than a temporary rope shortage. You know, kind of, you know, if they were doing it that way, then yeah, maybe they cleared the shelves of every rope that was available for sale immediately at that point in the local area, or possibly across a good chunk of the country. But people are always making rope. It would have been replaced pretty quickly. Republic of New Carolina Joint Chiefs of Staff, if the US never went to the shores of Tripoli, how long would the Barbary Pirates have continued to operate in the Mediterranean? Probably about the 1820s, 1830s, pretty much about how long it took before then that power was broken historically anyway. It might have taken a fraction longer, but the main reason the Barbary Pirates continued to operate as long as they did in the Mediterranean wasn't because they themselves were particularly durable as such. It was more the fact that no one could be bothered to devote the resources and stick around long enough to finish them off, because A, other people might take advantage of you while your resources were elsewhere, and B, they were quite useful to have around if you could direct them at your opponents. Whereas once you get into the 1820s and the 1830s, Europe settled down for what, in theory at least, will be quite a few decades of peace, at least until the Crimean War, at which point the only naval powers of any significant size left are Britain and France, and Britain's obviously very much the greater of the two, and now they just want to settle down for decades and decades of peaceful trading, and there's no place for the Barbary Pirates in that. And without major wars to fight, they, against each other, the European powers very quickly turn on and destroy the Barbary Pirates. Now, obviously, the pirates would be starting in a slightly stronger position than they would be historically after the US had kicked them around for a little bit. But that's not going to add decades to their lifespan. It might add a year or two, but that's probably about it. There is a very clear distinction between the destruction of the Barbary Pirates as an operational power and the suppression of the Barbary Pirates, as in getting them to knock off the particular type of raiding you don't want them to do for a bit. Jacob Moss, follow on to the question about Americans invading the Canary Islands. Could Spain's carefully husbanded reserves of destroyers have made a difference if deployed en masse with Pelayo acting as bait to the US? Possibly, if the Spanish could get a bunch of destroyers to the Canaries, and they could engineer a smokescreen or take advantage of bad weather, or maybe try a relatively risky night assault. There's a number of scenarios in which a small swarm of torpedo-armed destroyers could potentially get in close enough to do some fairly significant damage. There's the perennial risk of destroyers pretty much until they stop being primarily torpedo platforms. So yeah, it's possible, especially considering that obviously given the distance, the Americans would have to bring their relatively small number of cruisers and then capital ships, so they wouldn't really have much in the way of their own anti-small fast attack craft vessels apart from the tertiary batteries of their larger ships. So yeah, it's entirely plausible to pull off a kind of Uno reverse card with your Spanish destroyer flotilla, but it's also equally possible that if played badly or sheer happenstance and luck, or through skill of American commanders, the Americans might catch that and destroy them. That is the problem when you're running around with sort of destroyers that only displace a few hundred tons. You either get close enough to launch your torpedoes and run away laughing, or you die very quickly. AJ Drucken asks, a bit of a what if, how well do you think America's first fast battleships like the North Carolinas or South Dakotas would have performed versus Bismarck? Well, I mean, if you want to be really snarky, Bismarck's gone before either of the two classes are fully in service. So either Bismarck wins by dint of the US ships not existing at that stage that she's around, or the US ships win by dint of the fact that Bismarck doesn't exist once they're fully in service. But if you want to be slightly less sarky, the North Carolinas, I think, are a bit of a dice roll, because they do have obviously slightly larger guns and one more gun than the Bismarcks do. They don't murder their own radar set trying to shoot at things, which is a bonus. Bismarck, however, is faster, slightly, and a little bit better protected at range. And we've talked about the pluses and minuses of its armor layout at shorter ranges, but at longer range, Bismarck's got maybe a little bit better going for it in the armor department, which isn't necessarily surprising considering Bismarck was designed to fight 15-inch relatively high velocity shells. North Carolina was designed against her own 14-inch shells. It's still going to be a very close engagement, but it'll be maybe like, yeah, it'd be very luck of the draw. But on paper, Bismarck would carry a slight sliver of an edge against a North Carolina. The South Dakota, on the other hand, you're talking about near enough as makes no difference. Similar fire control systems, same armament, but she's got upgraded protection. At which point, a South Dakota, I would give a relatively strong advantage, a better chance of coming home than the Bismarck does. I mean, obviously, there are scenarios in which Bismarck could win in a fight with either of the two, but with against a North Carolina, I'd be rolling a dice to see what would happen, or flipping a coin. With a South Dakota, I'd be putting some money on the South Dakotas, but I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if, 3 or 4 times out of 10 Bismarck managed to pull off a win or a draw. Galdir Ioni, Austria-Hungary somehow manages to bribe or threaten Italy to stay on their side before World War One. That would be yeah, I'd love to see Austria-Hungary pull that one off, but okay. How much of a problem is this for the UK and France in the Mediterranean? What if Italy only maintains neutrality? If they only maintain neutrality, it's not too much of an issue. The Otranto barrage is what it is. You can keep them boxed up in there. You can base out of Malta. That's not too difficult. The Italians obviously, well, the Italians have a vested interest in keeping the Austro-Hungarians out of their waters. The Austro-Hungarians have even more of a vested interest in staying out of Italian waters in order for Italy to maintain its neutrality. If somehow someone manages to persuade Italy to stay on the side of the Central Powers, however, that's a lot bigger of a problem. I mean, it frees up Austro-Hungarian troops to go off and do other things rather than fighting the Italians as they did historically. It frees up those Italian troops to go after the French in southeast France, which is an even bigger problem for the Entente powers. And then you're left with, you've also got an Italian fleet that has some pretty nice pre-dreadnoughts, some pretty nice armoured cruisers, and of course some actual full-on dreadnoughts sitting slap bang in the middle of the Mediterranean and the Suez Canal and all of that. At which point you would have to see a combined Anglo-French force that would be desperately trying to force the Italians into a straight-up fight, and possibly even going for shore bombardment operations to try and force them into a fight, because the Italian battle fleet is far too dangerous to be left unmolested. Even if they never go after the Ottomans at Gallipoli, you still have to maintain that Mediterranean trade. So yeah, that would, the Royal Navy could have spared some ships. I mean, you look at the kind of the ships they shook loose for Gallipoli and the Dardanelles, mostly pre-dreadnoughts, but they did send a battle cruiser or two. They sent Queen Elizabeth down for a bit, so you'd probably see a core British force with some of their latest ships being attached to a much larger and more general French force to basically give them an edge to go after the Italian battle fleet. Okay, we've got 7 more super chat questions at the moment. Apologies if I'm squinting slightly and having to look at the computer a bit. Basically, I noticed the lighting above me isn't particularly brilliant, and so I've got a very powerful halogen desk lamp just there, which is actually really painful to look at. I should probably have brought my ring light up or something. I do need to better light this place. If anyone who has like decent experience in lighting for stuff like this and is listening, then if they want to get in contact and give me some tips on how to light the library better for these live streams, then I'd be very glad to listen to your advice, because it's lit up perfectly for reading. Rock and Ruin says Uncle Jingles sent me cheers. Thank you very much, and I mutually wave in admiration and respect to Jingles, who is a great man. Cringepog asks, I have heard in training footage reels that the Des Moines class had anti-air capability, namely with computer set time fuse rounds for the 8-inch battery. How effective would such a barrage be considering the fire rate and control? Yes, yeah, they could do that. And as for effectiveness, it probably would be pretty effective. In fact, Dr. Scholes, after a similar question, I think was raised in the USS Salem livestream, Dr. Scholes got in contact with me to point out that actually you could also fit VT fuses to the 8-inch high explosive shells. So you could make proximity fuse detonating 8-inch shells. There's nothing stopping you from doing that, as well as the time fuse rounds. In terms of effectiveness, thanks to the rate of fire, as long-range anti-aircraft fire, it would be quite lethal, because you have a lot of shell. I mean, you're talking about one less shell per salvo than the full 5-inch salvo off of a US fast battleship. And of course, being an 8-inch shell, it's going to go a longer range, it's going to have a larger burst radius, etc. And then it's got its own 5-inch guns for a closer in heavy AA barrage, and then the 3-inch autos, etc., etc. So, especially against formations of attack craft like bombers and so forth, I would imagine being on the receiving end would be quite an unpleasant experience. Let me just check something. Computer, set library to 100% brightness.
Okay.
I don't know if that made any difference, but I just realised Mrs. Drack uses the library quite a bit as well, and she may have set the library bulb to a slightly dimmer setting. Some people offering lighting advice in the comments as well. The Reefer Ramblers asks about the song The Irish Rover. Yes, I've answered a few questions about the Irish Rover before. If you're familiar, then how unwieldy would a wooden ship of that size be, and who would have the raw materials to build such a vessel? It wouldn't be so much unwieldy. A ship that the size of the Irish Rover, as described in the song, would just collapse on itself. Or, to be more accurate, it would just break up into a series of very large chunks in approximate formation. It's just insanely sized. If we're thinking of the same song. I will just double check though. Yeah, okay, yeah. 27 masts. I mean, 7 masts was pushing it. A wooden ship with 27 masts, unless they're like scale model masts, and carrying the kind of cargo they're talking about, it's either basically the world's biggest, most flexible wooden raft, or it's just a disaster that would probably break itself on launch. Jason Roth asks, what happens if Constitution and her sister ships are built to a scaled up design, incorporating the same number of guns but increasing in size to 48-pounder long guns and 64-pounder carronades? They probably become remarkably less effective, actually, because if they're scaled up, I mean, you wouldn't have to scale them up too much further. Yeah, I mean, it's plausible. It would be plausible to build, with the technology of the time, a very large frigate that could take a single main battery on its gun deck of 48-pounders and have the bigger 64-pounder carronades instead of 32-pounders up top. The 64-pounder carronades would be somewhat less of an issue, actually, because being short-range carronades, they would probably, you know, they'd be used as the carronades were, basically, for a single massive broadside before boarding. They do a lot of damage for that. The problem with the 48-pounders is that the Royal Navy had 42-pounder guns in the earlier part of the 18th century, and they relatively rapidly dropped them in favour of 32-pounders because it was getting almost impossible to work the things in a seaway, and it was incredibly tiring and therefore slow to reload them. So if you'd scaled the ship up to be able to handle that kind of armament, you'd essentially get a single heavy broadside off. Now that heavy broadside would have an awful lot of smashing power, but given the accuracy of guns at that period, as long as your opponent could stay far enough away from you that your first salvo didn't result in too many hits, your opponent would then be able to close in and probably deliver several broadsides or get into a raking position before you've been able to reload and manhandle your 48-pounders in for another salvo. So, as attractive as it might sound, when you're relying on pure brute muscle power, both to move and reload guns, having anything north of 40 pounds for your main battery guns is actually more of a detriment than anything else in the classic Age of Sail. Y2P 1988 asks, did any Navy experiment with attempting to explore using the arcing path of a shell to try and explode a shell against the hull below the waterline? Yes, diving shells were a thing. The Japanese especially invested in it. The French to a certain extent. Other navies to lesser to almost non-existent extents, but by World War II, most people were at least aware of the effect and making some small allowance at the very least. But you can only really do that once people realise that a diving shell is a possibility, which really the understanding that an armour-piercing shell with an explosive payload could be made to do that really comes about after the First World War. Before that, it's not really thought of too much for various reasons. I mean, early shells would just break up on contact with the water, or the fuse would go out. And then later on, when you call pre-dreadnoughts and dreadnoughts, it's, you know, gun depression and the ranges they're thinking of engaging at, it doesn't really mitigate in its favour. Animal 16365 asks, if the Anglo-Japanese naval agreement survived the Washington-London naval treaties, so that'd be the Anglo-Japanese alliance, what effect would it have on Japanese ships and technology, radar, medium AA guns, etc.? Well, they might have light medium anti-aircraft guns actually worth writing home about, which would be nice for them, I suppose. If the Anglo-Japanese naval treaty survived the London-Washington treaties, yeah, medium AA guns, maybe some torpedo technology exchange, that kind of thing. Exchanges of notes on carrier doctrine. There'd be a lot of back and forth potentially that could affect both sides. I don't know if radar would make it across though, because radar is a relatively experimental thing right up before the start of the Second World War. If we're assuming that Japan stays on side, then it would probably get shared with them, much the same way as the British shared some of their latest radar technology advances with the Americans. But that assumes, you know, Japan entering World War II on the side of the British, which is a completely different, you know, if Japan enters World War II on the side of Britain, technology transfer is going to be the least of the Axis powers' concerns. CJ Knoll asks, any new games you're looking forward to? I'm interested in Task Force, Admiral, and Sea Power. Yeah, there's a few. There's a few coming up. I can't think of them off the top of my head though. Outside the ones you've named. Is it Battle Station specific? Possibly. I mean, to be honest, I only keep kind of half an eye on upcoming computer games. Outside of playing Dark Tide for stress relief or R-like Reverse for just general addictive gameplay, I don't tend at the moment, with having to prepare videos in advance for foreign trips, etc. I'm not playing too many computer games, certainly not as many as I was playing last year. That'll probably change towards the summer, but we shall see. Just copying out another question. Right. Jacob Moss says, pretty much doing this to break the 20 super chat mark. Amusingly enough, actually, it's actually getting quite warm up here. I know in the last few live streams it's been getting cold, but in Britain it's finally warming up. So I'm actually getting a little warm in the jumper. And I haven't had to put the heating on at all, which is also fun. Anyway, Jacob Moss asking, what's new in the background? Right, so yeah, something has changed. Well, the two somethings have changed. Firstly, I think I set the laptop back a little bit further, so you got a slightly wider camera angle than before. I think it was a bit closer in. But yeah, now you've got, unfortunately my Arrows versus Armour 2 plaque is just out of sight up there. You've then got my 2022 Historical Naval Ships Association International Leadership Award. That's happily sitting there. And then, as I mentioned at the top of the stream, I've got these two HMS Thunderchild plaques, which, as I said, kindly sent to me by a subscriber. If you're listening and you'd like me to tell everyone who you are and where people can order them, then please let me know and I will do so, but I won't do so if you don't want me to. So basically, this was one that we came up with as a kind of immediate successor to kind of basically a period coat of arms dash gun champion for Thunderchild or its immediate successor circa War of the Worlds, and then this one is a slightly later one for a kind of theoretical kind of World War II era Thunderchild. And then you've got, I actually dug out my 100,000 subscriber YouTube plaque and stuck it down there as well. I'm just experimenting with a few angles on the library to see what gives a better viewing angle to keep people interested. Yeah, there's a few things up top as well, but anyway. Fushi Smith asks, how did they shrink the Black Pearl small enough to fit in a bottle in Pirates of the Caribbean? Computer magic. How do the physics of shrinking a ship work? Well, I mean, in theory, dehydration and vacuum packing would allow you to shrink a wooden ship down somewhat. I wouldn't like the odds of trying to reinflate the thing afterwards, but one-way shrinkage is possible, slightly. But yes, I mean that it is basically magic in the Pirates of the Caribbean universe. You can't actually do that. Yes, Dr. Angelus has noticed my attack Gould mothership. Oh, I think you can see some of the badges that people have given me in the various visits sitting up there at the back as well. And Stabby the swordfish. Oh. Ooh. Excuse me. Couldn't quite find a bar long enough to mount them all on, but that's basically my middle great. That's my, which one is that? Oh yeah, that's my middle great uncle's medal rack from the Second World War. So I haven't managed to quite figure out the mounting solution completely, but I'm working on it. Please go back there sensibly, thank you. TC Pratt says, any recommendable biographies that are available about Admiral Sturdy? Not, I haven't come across a specific book, a biography of Admiral Sturdy as a standalone. There's British Admirals of the Fleet 1734 to 95, which has a section on him, but as the name suggests, obviously there's a lot of other admirals in there. What else would I say? Let me just check a link. If you want to do some really in-depth research on him, his papers are at the Churchill archives. There's a lot of them. So yeah, you could go there. But as far as I'm aware, I don't think anyone's written an actual standalone biography of him, or certainly not one that's still in print and accessible. And then so far, thank you very much, Ferrari-Man 601. I'm glad you've managed to visit New Jersey multiple times, and I'm glad their channel and this one is providing you with a lot of information and entertainment. Thank you very much. Who knows, I might even manage to make it back to New Jersey another time this year. We shall have to see. This September trip is looking like it might very well spiral out of control time-wise, but we'll see. Right, so that brings us up to, that's all the super chats and all of the Patreon stuff done. It's 10:05, so actually it is getting too warm, excuse me. I really like that jump. See, this is the thing, one of the things I deeply resent about the UK, just on a basic level, that I have all these wonderful jumpers and jackets and coats and everything, and I really, really like them, and I can only use them 4 or 5 months out of a year these days before everything has to be packed up and it's back to t-shirts. Right, so let's pick up in the chat. What have the chat questions? Will Arth, wouldn't it be nice to have a 35-meter yacht made as Thunderchild? Yeah, it would. I don't know where I'd put it, but it would be really funny. Ramal asks, what if Wasp and Hornet survived the ordeal in the South Pacific? What would be their role in the vast carrier task force by 1944? Or would they be used like impromptu light carriers to cover amphibious operations? Wasp, I think, probably would have been demoted to second line duties. The US knew how vulnerable she was going into the war. Obviously, her loss confirmed their fears. So I think by 1944, she'd probably be, well, she might still be with the fleet, but she'd probably be operating alongside the Independences, or possibly even as a task force flagship for the escort carriers, rather than sitting straight up front and centre with the fleet carriers. Although with that said, obviously some independencies were still operating front and centre with the fleet carriers in 44. But Hornet, I mean, Enterprise was running on frontline duty pretty much up to the end of the war. Hornet would be there as well, quite easily. Stephen Richards says, have you tried to model Thunderchild in Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts? No, I haven't. I probably should give it a go. That's a very good idea. Donald Robertson says hat. I can't see. Have I got a hat round here? Don't think I've got a hat round here. Well, there's a hat somewhere in here, but I don't think it's... Oh, well, I suppose if you want me to put a hat on, I shall put on my thinking cap. USS Grey Ghost, do you hate the sub-commander that sank the Royal Oak? Or are you more impressed that he got in and out? And did HMS and USS Enterprise ever meet during or after World War II? I don't think HMS Enterprise and USS Enterprise met in or after World War II. I mean, Enterprise did come over to the UK at one stage. I don't know if HMS Enterprise was in the area, though. I suspect not. Do I hate Gunther Preen? Not particularly. I mean, I'd rather he didn't sink Royal Oak. That would have been nice for the family. But, you know, he was a submariner doing his job. He happened to do it fairly well. He just did it to the detriment of my family, which, you know, as I said, I'd rather he didn't, but, I mean, he's been dead a long time, and it was war, so I can't really muster up a huge amount of feeling, strong emotion one way or the other for him. I mean, you know, he went in, he sank Royal Oak, a few years later he got sunk in exchange. It's kind of evens the scoreboard at that point, I think. There's not really much else you can do with it. Sean Riley, who are the best Spanish admirals of the Napoleonic War era? Ooh. I mean, Admiral Gravina's not bad. This cap is silly. I'm taking it off. I mean, I like the cap. I'm just not wearing it indoors. Oh, the seats got very creaky all of a sudden. See, the problem is with some of the Spanish admirals, I'm thinking that, like, if you define it as Napoleonic War era, they're kind of admirals a little bit before it as well, because the Napoleonic War era is actually relatively short. That might be an idea for a fun Friday, you know, which French and Spanish admirals of the Napoleonic War era were actually good. So poor Villeneuve, sorry, you're not getting on the list. Admiral Magon, on the other hand, I mean, yes, he will be. He's French, obviously, but yeah, there's a fair few decent Spanish admirals. I mean, pretty much none of the Spanish commanders at Trafalgar were bad. They were just locked in a nearly impossible situation under an overall command of an admiral who, frankly, really shouldn't have been in command, and with a navy that hadn't been given much in terms of budget or training time for a long time. Oh, and everything has jumped, because of course it has. WPNS 175, can you do a series on the naval battles of Guadalcanal? You're in luck. I already have. There's a playlist of them. Go find it on the channel. That's the one naval campaign I actually have done a full set of videos on. Vicky asks, would a 25,000 ton, 25 knot battleship with 4 twin 12-inch 55s, a 19-inch belt, and a 24-inch turret faces, which apparently Spring Sharp says this does actually work, would these be more useful to the World War I Royal Navy than the historical Queen Elizabeths were? I don't think so, actually. Because if you think about, what happened to the QEs at Jutland, none of them suffered belt armour penetration, none of them suffered main turret armour penetration. But Warspite, Barham and Malaya were all knocked around quite badly without the shells penetrating those two main citadel sections. But what made them very useful at the time was the 15-inch guns, their range and hitting power. So if you take off that, you've got ships whose, yes, they are practically invulnerable on the citadel, but as we just established, that doesn't actually change all that much at Jutland. But their big hitting power is gone, and that's really what would be felt. So, I mean, the ships might be useful. Would they be more useful than the historical QEs? No. I think the historical QEs would have been better. BR Class 47. If the Japanese Pagoda structure design came about due to Japan having some quite new ships with midship turrets and having to work around that, and then did they then keep doing it as they were used to it? No, not the Pagoda masts weren't because of the layouts of the ship's gun turrets. Because the Congos don't have an amidships, they don't have a Q turret. Their aft superfiring turret is quite spaced, but it's not an amidships turret. And then the Nagatos as well, obviously, are fore and aft, completely fore and aft main battery turret zones. The Pagoda structure it's just the Japanese way of dealing with all of the new stuff that's coming about. Spotting stations, signal lamps, radio, rangefinders, etc., etc. And the Japanese approach is to just put every single system effectively on its own little platform, and hence you get the pagodas. The British approach is to slap everything inside a gigantic Queen Anne's Mansion superstructure. So much bigger internal volume, can fit a lot more stuff inside it, has a bigger flat surface up top, etc. The American approach is the kind of what I call the pyramidal superstructure, with a bunch of individual mounting points for stuff along the central spine of the superstructure and a little bit fore and aft as well, so it's a bit more distributed. Everyone has slightly different ways of doing things. It's just the Japanese one is very visually striking. BR Class 47 says Scotland can get very cold even in late spring. Yeah, it's true. But then again, I know, slight diversion, but who knows? Drac going on tangents on a live stream. Who'd ever heard of that? I appear to have inherited a feature of my Bolivian genetics that means that unless it's low single digits, basically anything above about 4 degrees C, 4 or 5 degrees C, whatever that translates to in Fahrenheit, anything above that essentially becomes t-shirt weather for me if I'm actually doing anything active. And as far as I can tell, those of you who know South American history will understand what I'm talking about a lot sooner. But back in the oldie times, when the Inca Empire was in charge, you had runners called chasquis, and because they hadn't, well, they didn't. It's not they didn't domesticate the horse; there weren't horses. So the Chaskies were basically the messenger runners. So they would take messages and they would run along roads and over the the famous rope bridges and so forth, and they would deliver messages. That was basically the postal system for the Inca. This is the thing. The Inca is actually the ruler, the Sapa Inca, but generically people just tend to say, when they say Inca, they mean the Inca culture, the Inca Empire. So, using the common form of things. Anyway, they're the messengers for the higher ups, the generals, the administrators, and so forth. But one of the things that was noted by the Spanish when they invaded and took over was that the Chaskies could run all day quite happily, and then they would just, have a wool blanket, alpaca wool blanket, llama wool blanket, and they just lie down on the next to the road and sleep. And then they get up in the morning and head off again. And you might think, well, that's not too bad. But then you've got to remember you're talking about lying down and sleeping at 10, 12, 14,000 feet above sea level on a mountainside. And suddenly that becomes a lot more impressive. And when I was reading a rather comprehensive book on Inca history, which is just over there, it mentioned in medical studies thereafter that a good chunk of the native population of the high altitude areas in Bolivia, Peru, and to a certain extent Ecuador, they seem to have this, along with a bunch of other genetic traits that influence their body makeup, that indicates that they're very well adapted for high altitude living. One of those things, which the Chasqui seem to have a very pronounced version of, is that effectively their body can relatively easily just withdraw most of the blood supply from their extremities to preserve body heat, and then it just circulates in their core, keeps them nice and warm. But this is the thing, they don't get frostbite. Their extremities just go very cold. They can still use them perfectly fine, and then when they get up and running, and obviously their blood pressure rises, the heartbeat increases, body gets warm, then heat flows back out into their extremities. And Mrs. Drack can attest to the fact that, sometimes she's come into a room where I'm working and she'll turn around and say, "It's really cold, you should put the radiators on." And I'm sitting there going, "No, it's perfectly fine." And then she'll come up and she'll be like, touch my arm or something. It's like, "Your arm is like ice." And I'm like, "Huh, so it is." Goes back to doing whatever I was anyway. And then, later on it'll warm back up again. But apparently I seem to have inherited that, which means that, as I said, basically, unless it's threatening to get sleet, hail, or snow, I'm usually fine. Anyway, very long, slight diversion into South American genetics. Right, Captain Seafort, getting back to naval side of things. Why did the 1909 Bristols, i.e. subset of the World War I town class, have a mixed 4-inch, 6-inch battery, given that the later 19th century second class cruisers had all been built or refitted with a uniform battery, as were the rest of the towns? It basically comes down to their origins as small cruisers, because you have the big armoured cruisers, you've got the battle cruisers, you've got the big protected cruisers. The town class, they're a step above the World War I Arethuses, which are scout cruisers with 4-inch guns, and they are, effectively almost restarting the fleet, what we would call a light cruiser lineage. So they're called at various points protected cruisers or light armoured cruisers. A lot of times that's foreshortened to light cruisers. But as a result of having a relatively speaking small hull size, and in some ways being something of an evolution off the scout cruiser concept, they are still armed with a lot of 4-inch guns, because it's thought that'll help them deal with destroyers. There's a lot of cruisers on the other side that are armed with 4 or 4.1 inch or equivalent gun, and so more of those guns are held to be better than the slower firing but heavier hitting 6-inch. But because compared to a lot of those cruisers, they are a little bit more modern, they are a little bit larger, it's thought, well, we'll give them some 6-inch guns as well, because that'll give them the capability of overpowering these smaller cruisers, kind of like what Sydney did to Emden, with 6-inch gunfire, because longer range, harder hitting, the quick firing technology is advancing, getting their rate of fire up somewhat. And it also means if they do come across some of these older but considerably larger protected cruisers, they've got the power to actually batter them into submission. And then as the subclasses go on, kind of you see a similar pattern of evolution going on even with the C class, which is the successors to the towns. You will start to see them adopting more and more 6-inch guns because A, uniform armament, and B, it's becoming more and more obvious that other people's cruisers are increasing in size as well, which means you need more firepower. HMS Belfast asks, do you know where I can find any information or records about combined operations in World War II with the Royal Navy? Also, did landing craft have crew lists? Yes, I believe most landing craft, there is records, or at least there were records of who was assigned to which landing craft. Basically, if the craft has a designation, there will have been an assigned crew. Information or records about combined operations, it depends what combined operations you mean. Do you mean combined operations with other navies? Do you mean combined operations such as, I don't know, the stealth attack on Cherbourg, which is combined ops with the Royal Air Force? Do you mean combined ops with the Army, as in amphibious landings and so forth? Because all of these things will have records in different places. That might be a question you might want to drop me an email on, albeit it might take me a little bit of time to get back on it because I'm preparing to fly to the Society for Military History conference, where I'm due to give a presentation. And that conference, well, I need to fly out on Wednesday. The conference is lasting Thursday through Sunday, and then I'm coming back. So I'm going to be answering a few very important emails before I leave. But other than that, I've got some videos to make and some packing to do in the next 2 days. Big Man Inc. If the Royal Navy had to fight the entirety of the Guadalcanal campaign, do you think they would have had the same difficulties as the Americans? It depends. If the Royal Navy had to fight the Guadalcanal campaign as well as all the other stuff they were fighting, or if the Royal Navy had to fight the Guadalcanal campaign with kind of the same force distribution as the US Navy had at the time, i.e. it's kind of their main focus. If we're talking about them being able to bring a reasonable amount of attention to the campaign the same way that the US was able to, would they have had the same difficulties? Probably not. They would have had very different issues. Sheer size of the American carrier air fleets, for example. The Royal Navy, on a hull-by-hull basis, can't match that. On the other hand, the Royal Navy is going to be much better at night fighting in the opening stages compared to the US Navy. So they're going to probably lose less ships in those engagements. So I think, and then obviously you've got Henderson Field. So I think the campaign would look quite different because the paradigm, at least for much of the Guadalcanal campaign, at least until towards the end, was that the Japanese rule the night, the Americans rule the day. I think if the Royal Navy was fighting it, it would probably just be generally contested because the Royal Navy wouldn't be able to bring quite the same amount of air power to bear to completely rule the day the way the Americans did, but equally they'd be much better off at skirmishing and battling the Japanese at night, so the Japanese wouldn't have their nighttime dominance. Fushi Smith says the British had rum, the Americans had ice cream. What do the Germans, Japanese, and Italian sailors have retreats? Well, the Italians had wine, much as the French did. The Japanese, I don't know. Maybe sake. Most likely a reduction in the beatings. I'm not that familiar with Japanese cuisine, unfortunately, so I don't even necessarily know what they'd consider to be a treat, let alone what they might actually be given. The Germans, a beer, I guess. I know German ships did sometimes have alcohol on board. The problem is the cuisine part doesn't, outside of a few highlights, really does pass me by a little bit. I know for a certainty the Italians had a lot of wine. That much I do know. I'm not sure. To be honest, I'm not too sure with the Germans and Japanese. I would suspect it's something alcohol-based for the Germans, at least. Michael Kovacic asks, was there ever a 10-gun design for the Bismarck class? 5 twin turrets with 350mm guns. People claim this, but despite a lot of research, I've never found any proof of this. I'm not convinced. I mean, I haven't come across one myself. I haven't looked recently that deeply into the design history of the Bismarck in terms of the various alternates that were looked at. I mean, given the wild variations in armament that you see in pretty much everybody else's battleship design at the time, King George V's, North Carolinas, Littorias, etc., it wouldn't surprise me that somebody maybe had turned around and gone, here's a wild design idea. I mean, there were 10-gun designs for the Queen Elizabeths at one point, very early in their development. So it wouldn't surprise me if someone had maybe done a sketch option that was a 10-gun design. But as far as I'm aware, I don't think anyone did anything. I'm pretty certain no one did any serious work, as in, like, here's a fully worked up set of plans for a 10-gun ship. But I'd be willing to believe someone, as part of a tabular list of options, certainly maybe had one on there. Noseman 122, what's your perfect cruiser action group? 3 heavy cruisers of any class, 6 light cruisers of any 1 or 2 classes, and up to 15 destroyers of up to 3 classes. Well, I'm assuming that we're going to go with World War II here, and if we're going to go with World War II, as in ships that served a decent portion of World War II, then I mean, for my heavy cruisers, why not have 3 Baltimores? They're treaty non-restricted heavy cruisers. Almost every other heavy cruiser is either a treaty restricted cruiser or is cheating. The Baltimores are just flat out treaty unrestricted. So yeah, let's take 3 Baltimores. If I'm going to take 6 light cruisers, what would I take as 6 light cruisers? 1 or 2 classes. I think I'd take light cruisers. I think I'd take 3 Towns and 3 Clevelands. The Clevelands will have a slight edge in anti-air, but the Towns have torpedo launchers. And I'd make the Towns the Belfast Edinburgh subclass as well. because then, well, everyone's got 12 6-inch guns, so we're all fairly happy on that stead. But it means I have ships to deploy slightly forward if I'm facing air attack, and I've got ships I can send forward to support a torpedo attack. As for 15 destroyers of up to 3 classes, if I can refit everybody with similar levels of radar tech, etc., etc., I'd take 5 Fletchers, 5 Akadzukis, and 5 Tribals. Because then I've got my gunboats, I've got my general purpose boats, and I've got my, assuming I can get Allied fire control and radar systems on them, 5 anti-aircraft boats. So that would be a fun little game to play. Smiling Nid, it's kind of sad the death of our biosphere is only noticed by most in terms of fashion. Yeah. The weather has changed. In my lifetime, at least. It is kind of, yeah, a bit of a shame. But I am not going into that on this, because unfortunately that will end up with me ranting far too much about modern politics for my own rules, and then I'd have to ban myself. Fushi Smith says, pop culture says the katana is the most amazing weapon of all time, so why didn't the Japanese use katanas to sink the US fleet in World War II? Because it's not that good. Sorry. But from a engineering perspective, a reenactment perspective, a historian perspective, and a HEMA perspective, a katana is a nice sword. It's not the be-all and end-all. There are better swords in that size class and weight class. It just is a fact. They're not awful. You know, a katana will take your arm off quite happily if it's properly wielded. But if someone said you can have a katana or you can have a hand and a half, and you're talking about, a fairly well-made katana or a fairly well-made hand and a half, I'm taking the hand and a half, because I'll win. Assuming that, opponents of equal skill and all that. Cameron Jones, if Japan's industry, shipbuilding capacity, tech, designs, etc. leaps 10 years overnight, in what starting year would they gain the most, and how might this affect later events? I'm going to go with 1934, because 1934 giving them 1944, the shipyard capacity is not really going to do all that much, but giving them the tech and the designs basically means they can take World War II era designs, and by 44 they've also got basic radar going, and if they can get all that in 34, they actually have enough time to build a reasonable number of ships with that tech or derived from that tech. If you make it earlier, then the although they've got more time to build up for World War II, the technical advances are slightly less. And if you make it any later, well, there's not much later to go, and you're also, I think, too much impinging on the time they've got to actually build a fleet. Broken Wolf 668 says, "Hi Drat, I was genuinely surprised when USS Texas was put in dry dock. How is she so maneuverable with a rudder that seems really small for her size?" I mean, most ships' rudders are surprisingly small for their overall size. You've got two things to take into account. Firstly is the fact that water is very dense, so even a relatively small rudder for a ship's size, once it's deflecting water at a high rate, there's a huge amount of force being put into the equation. And of course the rudder's right at the back of the ship, so it's quite far away from the ship's center of rotation, so that creates a turning moment which magnifies the force. The other thing you've got to bear in mind is, as I've mentioned a couple of times, despite the persistent capabilities of some people, not here but elsewhere, to completely deny basic reality. No rudder turns a big ship immediately. So where are we? Here we go, 277, I think. So I'm going to break out my good old World War I period copy of Knight's Seamanship, just so nobody can say that I mean, there's a whole section on how rudders work in here as well, by the way. If you can get a copy of Knight's Seamanship, you will learn so much about how ships actually work. Here we go. Right, there we go. Right, so if you happen to have a copy of Knight's Seamanship 11th edition, revised 1945, this is plate number 122. I'm just going to bring up expert so I know it's in frame and hope the lighting is... there we go. So there you can see... Come on camera, focus, focus. There you can see the turning diagrams. In this case, this is sample diagrams for the New Mexico. And you can see there, and there, when a ship wants to turn in the top case to starboard, in the bottom case to port, that when you put the rudder over, one, the ship does not start to turn immediately. Two, when it does in fact start to turn, it actually turns in the opposite direction to where you want it to go, and then it gradually swings back. So there's a while, it takes a while before the ship actually even passes through your original alignment and then starts heading in the direction you want it to. So yeah, I mean, theoretically a bigger rudder you might turn a bit quicker, but there's all sorts of drag issues, and how much force can you actually put into the rudder at speed, and how much force can the rudder survive at speed, etc, etc, etc. Gregory Wright, can you recommend a book on Japanese Navy land-based naval air operations in 1944-45? Land-based naval air. The only one that immediately springs to mind as a very basic primer is there are actually some fairly nice Osprey books that cover some of the Japanese land-based air ops. Unfortunately, because it is, although yes, I know they're operated by the Japanese Navy, but because they verge on being pure, almost pure air operations, I tend to only really look at primers and so forth to establish who is where and doing what at any given time. For detailed in-depth histories, you could look up Justin Pike, that's P-Y-K-E on Twitter. He did the video with me on the Japanese A6M0, or of course Chris, Military Aviation History. They will probably be able to point you to much more detailed books on Japanese air operations. As I said, I could point you to some primers, but I think probably from what you're asking, you probably want to ask them. If I wasn't about to fly out to a conference, I would ask them for you. But at the current state of busy, I would probably forget, unfortunately. Pinomi 1956 asks, how is the use of the American battleships 1886 to 1923 going? It's currently down in what I've termed the orchestra. So it is actually going very well, thank you very much for the very, very kind allowance of me to utilise the book for a bit. It is, I call it the orchestra because I've invested in a bunch of music stands, fairly sturdy but collapsible and portable ones. So I have the books that I'm ongoing reading scattered around in front of me down at my main computer, which I then use to inform various scripts I'm writing and so forth, which is really handy because A, it's at seated level, and B, when I need to go over to a different book or a different script, I can just, you know, literally just look at a different one. Frank Barnwell, there are many. I have many hats from my travels. Unfortunately, they're all downstairs. Most of them in my room, some of them in the conservatory. But yeah, the thinking cap, I think, is the only one that actually lives up here in the library. Now, where were we? Donald Robinson says, I thought the hat would be more Nelson style. Yeah, all my fancier hats are downstairs. 96831 says, Blackburn were planning to build 6 Blackburn Firecrests. Were these all for testing? As far as I know, yes. Firecrest, if I recall correctly, that was the basically the modified, rebranded Firebrand, where they were trying to get them like slightly more suitable for service than the Firebrand was proving. But at the time that they were being built, you had to contend with the end of World War II, which obviously dramatically cut down on how much the Royal Navy actually wanted new strike fighters and so forth, and the advancements, which obviously had started off with the jet age, which also meant that you couldn't really plan for building hundreds and hundreds of aircraft. So you had, especially considering as an outgrowth of the Firebrand, you'd have to prove the things worked first. Preston William asks, would the Yorktowns have been designed differently if more Lexingtons were converted, provided the US disregards treaty restrictions? The question's gone. Sorry, it's skipped massively. Fushi Smith says, why in World of Warships do my friendships always explode? I get the detonation achievement every time I play, usually within moments of starting. No idea. It depends which friendships you're playing. Because there's quite a few of them, but yeah, it depends what line you're going down. If you're playing the almost all but the highest of tier French cruisers, I can understand why, because they'd have basically next to no armour. The battleships and the large cruisers dash small battle cruisers, that's a slightly different matter, but I don't know which one's your which line you're going down. Stephen Richards, who are you giving a talk to and where? That is, I will look it up now. It's Sunday morning. Let me have a quick look. Blah 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 blah. This program is huge. Here we go, right. So I'm on Sunday morning. Yes, so if you happen to be in San Diego, well, it's Sunday today, so in a week's time, if you happen to be in San Diego on Sunday morning at the SMH Society for Military History conference, I'm on one of the morning panels. Somewhere downstairs there's actually a full spreadsheet that they sent me via email that tells me exactly who's speaking to every single panel, but none of the readily accessible online ones seem to have it broken down to that level. It just says panels, which is not helpful. Right, okay, so it's now 10 to 11, and as you can probably hear, my voice is beginning to struggle a little bit. I do have a lot of recording to do tomorrow, so I'm going to run up to 11 o'clock and then I'm going to call it there. Because otherwise you won't be getting a Patreon Drydock at the end of the month, basically, because I've got tomorrow and Tuesday to record most of it and then try and finish it off when I get back. Donald Robinson asks, any thoughts on why my dad in the Royal Navy would be on an American ship off Anzio, please? It depends what kind of ship. If it's a small like landing craft or something, they're pretty much the crews are basically treated as interchangeable because the ships are near enough interchangeable. If you're talking about a full-on, destroyer cruiser battleship, he might have been a liaison officer of some description, or he might have been in a similar role but either sent from the Royal Navy to instruct the US Navy in some kind of technology that the Royal Navy was providing, or he may have been on the US ship to study an American technology that the Royal Navy wanted, if he wasn't doing some form of liaison work. And the liaison work doesn't necessarily just mean facilitating communication between and better cooperation between the two fleets. It could also be facilitating something like shore bombardment to British units ashore that the American ships were themselves providing. Fushi Smith asks, why was it a war crime for the Axis to shoot US sailors in the water, but it was okay for the US to shoot German sailors escaping from sinking U-boats? It's technically, it's not right for either side to do it. But if somebody is in the water and they do not have a weapon on them and they're not making any further attempt to resist, then they're fully entitled to various rules of war protections. If people are escaping from a sinking warship, generally speaking, they should be entitled to most of those protections. On the other hand, if that warship is still flying the flag of its country and still possesses weapons capable of doing damage, then in theory the crew might be valid targets. It depends very much on the circumstances. In most circumstances, if German sailors are trying to escape from a sinking U-boat, they should not be shot at. But if, say, the U-boat's been hit aft and is settling slowly by the stern, and a bunch of sailors boil out the conning tower and they head forward in the direction of the deck gun, and your ship is, 500 yards off and could potentially be quite heavily damaged if they happen to decide to take you down with them, then those who are heading for the deck gun would probably be considered valid targets. If they boil out of the conning tower and just go straight over the side, that's another matter entirely. Then you leave them alone. Morton 311, was the wooden deck on battleships torn off before a battle? No, not usually. In fact, not at all. Sometimes gunfire from the ship's own guns might tear it up a bit, but no, the wooden deck on battleships would stay in place. It was fairly heavily secured, and it served a lot of uses, including insulation, as well as grip, so you wanted to keep it around. The slight fire risks were significantly outweighed by the general benefits of having one. Hairy Feet asks, why was the tech exchange between Germany and Japan only one way? It seems like Germany having Kates and Vals to attack Allied shipping would have helped. The Japanese did send some technology back the other way, but the Germans already had a dive bomber that they were relatively happy with using at shipping in the Ju-87 Stuka, and Germany entered the war at a time when the Kate really wasn't actually in service much at all. And by the time you're in the middle of the war, switching production, when you have already adapted a bunch of your aircraft that you're already in the process of production line building, that's not really viable. I mean, if Germany had been coming into the war, had been starting World War II in late 41, early 42, then perhaps it could have utilized some of the latest Japanese designs or adapted them in some way that might have been a bit more useful to them. But as I've pointed out previously, what the Japanese naval portfolio looked like in late 41, either in terms of ships or in terms of aircraft, that's a very, very, very different beast to what it looked like in August 1939. Random Helmet, is there a possibility for there to be an in-depth video regarding the Tegethoffs, unless there's an existing one I couldn't find? I've done a 5-minute guide on them. I haven't done a Wednesday video on them yet, but I certainly could do one in the future. WPNS 175, do a deep dive on the Kamikaze. Yeah, I could do. Whilst I'm not ruling it out, the problem with some things that I do for Wednesday videos, some of them you can only do so much research on before you have to take a break. I mean, the Franklin video, people have asked why it took so long for the Franklin video to come back in some way, shape or form. It wasn't just that I had to completely excise one of the sources because, yeah, the author decided to go completely off the deep end. But you've also got the fact that, well, I don't know how it is for everyone, but at least for me, when you have something like the disaster abort on Franklin, there's only so much you can read about prolonged death and suffering before you have to step away and do something else. I mean, when I was doing the Bismarck video, in some ways, Hood's destruction was actually relatively easy to deal with because it was mercifully quick. It was, here's a ship with, that hundreds and hundreds, over 1,000 men on it, and a few minutes later it's just not. There's 3 guys left. It's a huge tragedy, but it's much easier to deal with on a human level than even, say, reading about Bismarck's final hours, because that's an hour and a half, 2 hours of hundreds of men dying, dozens of men dying every few minutes, a couple of hundred men dying in single salvo. and it just goes on, and eventually it wears away at you a bit. And I think it's going to be similar with the kamikazes. They'd be the kamikazes, the Kai-10, all the Japanese suicide devices probably merit, at least the naval related ones, they probably all merit a video collectively together. But I already know it's going to be a very difficult thing to read about. Yes, they were on the other side, but they're still the human, and there's there's only so many stories you can read about people saying, well, this was my friend at the academy and he went off and the last I saw he was going down in 16 pieces because he'd copped a 5-inch 38 shell to the face, and so on and so forth, before again you have to just step back and go, right, I'm coming back to that script in a few weeks once I've read something slightly more cheerful, like, I don't know, the Great Storm off of Crimea in 1854. Ramal asks, what is the meaning in 30-second reload time for, say, a Mark 6 or Mark 7 16-inch gun? Does 30 seconds mean the quickest reload time, or does the reload time take a lot longer because of crew fatigue or delays? Usually that means the reasonable fastest reload time that can be achieved on a full cycle of the guns. So gun fires, you then, if you have a brass cartridge like the Germans, eject the cartridge, otherwise take whatever appropriate measures you need to take on for the specific gun to make sure the barrel is clear. The charge or charge bags have to be taken from the magazines to the hoists. The shells have to be taken from the magazines to the hoist. The hoists have to bring it all up. The shell goes in, gets rammed in, the charge bags get laid down, it gets rammed in, you close the breech, the guns are elevated, aimed and fired again. So that full cycle theoretically can be accomplished in your example, 30 seconds. In practice, the fact that you don't necessarily always have a firing solution, the fact that crew fatigue, etc., etc., will slow things down, the fact that some guns may not be ready at the same time as other guns in a salvo, generally speaking, means that although that might be ideal practice time, say the practice exercise reload time, you are probably looking at close to 45 seconds to a minute between salvos in reality, apart from you've got to spot the fall of shot and make corrections for that. It's possible that you can, if you've got a 30-second reload time, say, marked up for your battleship, and it's possible you can actually exceed that for short periods, but at that point you have to basically be working out some way of circumventing the loop of the shell and charge hoists. You can do that, and even in World War II some ships did do this, by having charges and shells either in the handling chamber immediately beneath the gun house, basically near the top of the barbette, or having charges and shells lying around somewhere in the turret, which meant that you could fire and almost, not quite, but almost immediately go into a reloading sequence, or your reloading sequence, if the shells were one level down in the handling or interchange room, whatever you want to call it, that journey would only be one deck level, so it could be a lot quicker, so you could get everything loaded up faster, and then, but that would only last for a short amount of time, one, because of fatigue, two, because you've got a finite amount of shells and charges that you can actually use in that area, and whilst they'd be continually replenished by shells coming up from the magazines, it'll take longer for those shells and charges from the magazines to reach you, so you will gradually run out of those. So yeah, 30 seconds is the practical, reasonable fastest reload. It's very unlikely to reflect battlefield conditions, though. DeWolfman asks, could the Nevada be considered a testament to US naval engineering due to having tanked 2 nukes and 16-inch gunfire from an Iowa? Quite possibly. I mean, Nevada. On the other hand, Nevada's showing in Pearl Harbor isn't necessarily brilliant. I would say, if anything, Nevada would be considered a testament to how much can be fixed by US naval engineering once they've realised what the problems are. Fushi Smith says, is Ironbrew really the nectar of the gods, and is it good enough to justify spending $30 for a 12-pack on Amazon? It's not available locally here. Did 12-pack of what? A 12-pack of cans? No. A 12-pack of 330ml bottles? No. A 12-pack of 2-litre bottles? Possibly. Although I would say it's probably a good idea to make sure you actually like it first. I do understand people who may not appreciate Iron Brew for the glory that it is, so you might not want to just drop $30 on something when you don't necessarily know you're going to like it. But if you do like it, and it's a 12-pack of 2-litre bottles, then sure, go for it. Miles McCaskill says, YouTube does a very poor job of notifying viewers of live streams, or at least for me. Have you considered some additional way of announcing them ahead of time? Twitter a few days in advance, maybe? Oh, I didn't realise that. If people getting the notifications for the live streams is a problem, then yeah, I could put a notification up on Twitter. I could put a notification up in the Discord server. Yeah, do that a few days ahead of time. That's entirely doable. Yeah, I think that's entirely reasonable to ask. Now I just have to remember to do it when I book it in on YouTube. All right, we're just past 11, and yeah, now I'm feeling it. BR Class 47, just thought I should tell you HMS Caroline in Belfast is reopening to the public from next month. Yeah, I know. I need to give them a call. I need to get on a call with them tomorrow and see what I can do about actually going to film there. Because I had everything lined up to try and film there before COVID killed that off. Stephen Richards, where's the naval conference being held? Well, it's the Society for Military History conference, so it's not purely naval, but as the name suggests, it covers all military history. But there's a good naval history contingent there, and it's in San Diego, at the San Diego Convention Center, I think. It's either at the San Diego Convention Center or at the hotel attached to it, one or the other. Right. Okay. So let's do 2 more questions, and then I will head to bed and let my voice recover for recording tomorrow. S. Smith says, "Hi Drac, would you share your list of German language U-boat books?" Let me just negotiate. Stay. Oh, stupid bottle. Stay. Yes. Well, I'll put a list up. I'll put a list up at some point. Probably at some point when I get back. You might have to remind me. But ow, that was one knee. Hopefully you can still hear me. That is artillery. Right, so you've got Eberhard Rossler's U-boat Type 23. Also Bernard and Graf Verlag wrote that one. That's Tirpitz. It's Graf Zeppelin. Surface. That's General. Also Erbert Rossler, Die Torpedos der deutschen U-Boote, torpedoes of German U-boats. That's not exactly difficult to work out. Also Erbert Rossler, Geschichte des deutschen U-Boot-Baus. There's 2 volumes to that. Not that one. That one. This one, U-Boote am Fiend, I think, by V. Langsdorff. Now that one's actually in English, U-Boat Commander by Peter Kramer. Go down here. Oh, yeah, there's a 5-volume series called Dokumentation Kriegsmarine, which is mostly U-boat stuff. Where else have they all gone? That's American stuff. Ah, there you go. There's one just originally called Type 7 U-boats. That's, yeah, not the world's most informative or helpful title. Anyway, that's some of them. There's one on Type 9s around here as well somewhere, and a couple of general ones. I think that's in the, oh yeah, that's over there in the general histories. Mr. Big Honga Donka, when will you visit Germany? Probably next year. Yeah. Right, so I think that's probably it for the minute. Just checking a couple of things. Right, okay, yeah, that's, I think that will be that. As I said, let me just check emails quickly. Cool. Okay, right. That's all sorted. Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for coming. And so then later this month, end of this month, beginning of next, will be the Patreon live stream for whatever the end of this month's Patreon Drydock is. And then, with travel out of the way for at least 2 or 3 months, I should be able to do at least some mid-month streams, which will be able to just take questions straight from the chat, which means hopefully more of you will get your questions answered. Those of you who are in the general chat. So, yeah, fun times. Anyway, I've now got to put plenty of books back on their shelves, and thank you all for coming, and I'll see you again some other time. Bye bye.